It's gonna face the screen when we're doing screen stuff, and it's gonna face that.
So you're so I can walk it out.
Please be seated. Before I move into the...
Sorry.
Before we move into the service, I'm going to ask Gillian to come forward and do the domestic bits, and then that's it, out of 3 until lunchtime.
Thank you, moderator. It's great to welcome you to the new Wellesley Centre. We've literally only been open about 2.5 weeks, so you're our biggest group so far. You are slightly bigger than the parent and toddlers, but you're much less quiet. Well, I'm saying that in defence of the Presbytery planning mission team before we get to that bit. Can I just say it's set up for lunch, so some of you are sitting with your backs to the front. So we're going to give you, in the time it takes me to go back to my seat, time to stand up, turn your chair around, so that you're far more comfortable in the room, because it is set for lunchtime. There's water on the tables. If you need more water, just come to us at the back and replenish them for you, because it does get very warm in here, particularly when the sun comes up. Just to say that we're not expecting any difficulties today with fire or anything like that, so you don't need to worry. If you need to use the facilities here, if you go out the door you came in and turn right, or go out these doors and turn left, you'll find ladies, gents and disabled facilities. And I'll explain lunchtime later on. But a warm welcome from all of us at Wellesley Church. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you, Gillian. Can we all stand and sing our opening hymn, which is Tell Out My Soul?
Let us come to God in prayer. Father, thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, and for those who are with us online, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this meeting. We thank you. Omniscient God, you know our thoughts and plans and what we are set to accomplish today. You know our idea, our vision, and a passion to serve you. All around the room we see many talents and abilities which you gave us freely, but only you can see in perfect detail the end of every beginning. So we pray for every parish, every church, every life. Your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. So open our eyes so that we may see you in every thought and decision. Strengthen our confidence in whom you have made us to be. Set us free from the comparison in order to work together efficiently. Lord, bless this meeting today and all those who are present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterwards. Ready us to make every moment count. In Jesus' name, and everyone said, Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Josh. And you're about to see a little trend. Then ask Andrew Fraser, who is the probationer at Dalgetty Church, to do the readings.
Our first reading this morning comes from Psalm 100. Make a joyful noise to the Lord, all the earth. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come into his presence with singing. Know that the Lord is God. It is he who made us, and we are his. We are his people, and the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving, and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him, bless his name. For the Lord is good. His steadfast love endures forever, and his faithfulness to all generations. And our second reading this morning comes from 1 Corinthians 13, verses 1 to 7, and then again at 13. If I speak in the tongues of humans and of angels, but do not have love, I am a noisy gong on a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith, so as to remove mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing. If I give away all my possessions, and if I hand over my body so that I may boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind. Love is not envious, or boastful, or arrogant, or rude. It does not insist on its own way, and it is not irritable. It keeps no record of wrongs. It does not rejoice in wrongdoing, but rejoices in the truth. It bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. And now the faith, hope, and love remain. These three are the greatest of these is love. Amen.
Thank you, Andrea. As we turn to the summer months, many of us will be swept up in the wedding season. Officiating at weddings, at the guest, observing the joy of the couple getting married, especially for those for whom it will be at last. The pandemic having delayed many weddings over the last 2 years. For many, the reading from 1 Corinthians will be chosen for the marriage ceremony. But how often do we think of it in the context of other forms of love or other situations, not just a marriage? The messages in Corinthians have many applications in everyday life, and ones that we perhaps should think Wi-Fi signal just popped up in the middle of that. Perhaps some of the things we should be thinking out more often. We're moving to perhaps the most significant period in the Church of Scotland in the modern day, with plans being written, discussed, debated, resulting in every possible emotion bubbling up every time you read and every time you consider what faces your church and your building. How do we ensure an outward look to the wider area and the church across Scotland, and sharing the love we have for Jesus Christ? His ways are our ways. His love for us transcends all. But how do we work together in new partnerships, and in some cases, a marriage of two congregations? Let us think a bit more about Corinthians. During the pandemic, we generally accepted the delays we faced in life. Late deliveries of an order, appointments cancelled, the wrong order being delivered. And we became patient and more tolerant and understanding of delays as we had the time and the space in our lives to cope. As we have all gone back to the new ways of working, we are becoming less and less patient about the things that we are doing, about the things that go wrong, the cancelled appointments and the delays. Why is that? We are all the same people, but our busy lives are back, and we seem to be losing our patience and kindness to each other as we get focused on what is on the list, what the deadlines are, how are we going to meet them. What happened to the kindness we showed to people we didn't really know, and asking how they are, being thankful to someone who shows us some kindness? Remember all the smiles that we gave each other and we received as we went for daily walks. I certainly find that a lot of that has gone. We just rush past each other. Some of the good things that we started have stayed, but what disappears quickly is the time and space that we have to think, to prepare, relax, and switch off. We have to take time to consider the plan and how we work through it, but also recognise that this is the first step in what will be a long journey for some, and one that may be shorter for others, but not necessarily easier. Be patient. Work through the steps you need to take to go where you want to be and need to be. A lot of prayer and discussion has gone into where we are now. We need to recognise this and be thankful that we have a well-developed document to discuss and consider. Be patient and kind to each other and to those around you. At the moment, approximately a third of the ministers in charges in this presbytery are currently off work, sick. The pressure of incessant demands and deadlines are just getting too much for our colleagues. Go back to being patient, being kind, understanding there are many pressures on our ministers. They carry details that we may never know. They carry the burden of the unseen as well as the seen. How can we help and support them? Don't expect an answer to your email immediately. Just be patient. That might have been your most important email, but not the most important email to the person you sent it to. We're here for the first time meeting in person, and the business before us is going to be a significant debate as we look forward. Every presbytery and every congregation in the Church of Scotland is going through the same. Discussions on ministry numbers, buildings, placing of congregations. It's important that we have the right people in the right place. If you do not like what you read, do not be rude. and I'm not suggesting you will, but be constructive about the options. Some may read what we see on paper and envy their neighbours. But why? Equally, if you think you're unscathed, don't boast. Don't try to quash the views and opinions of others because it's okay, we're fine. Envy, arrogance and rudeness is across the country and in many different situations at home and in work. And it happens in the church. But the end result is never influenced positively by these traits. In some cases, anger may rise from what they read and what you read. It's not helpful to resent the plans being made for others. Circumstances are different. There will be different directions planned for everyone. And a year from now, we could all be going somewhere completely different. Just contribute to the debate. Be resourceful and be realistic. Our focus must be on looking onward and upwards every day, to give us the tools we need to build a church for the future, that we delight in, that we feel good about, that shows that we are all disciples of Jesus, and no matter how big or small the steps we take or what we contribute, we do so with love, support and friendship for and from the whole church. The building we're in today is an example of a church community working together in very difficult times and keeping focused on their plan for the future. It wasn't easy. If you speak to Gillian, it possibly felt as if there were more downs than ups, but they got there. They're rightly proud of what they achieved and show what can be done with patience, kindness, determination, but not arrogance. They were hopeful, but not envious or rude. I think we might let them off being a bit boastful on this occasion. They've achieved a lot in very challenging circumstances in one of our most deprived areas in Fife. As we start looking at the bigger picture in Fife, for the first time together in the same room, I'm able to see faces, I'm able to see whole people, not just the little square that's the top of your head. Please remember the well-known children's hymn. I am the church, you are the church, but we are the church together. Amen. Let us join together again in our second hymn, which is All My Hope on God Is Founded.
Oh,
join together in our prayers for others and the constitution of Presbytery. Let us remember those who were in our midst recently or have been in our recent past midst, who passed away during this year. And I'm going to name the ones that I think. The Reverend Professor Bill Shaw, who was formerly Principal of St Mary's College in St Andrews. The Reverend Bill Abernethy, formerly of Ground Office St Margaret's. The Reverend Robert Duncan, formerly of Lochgelly St Andrews. Mr James Trimble, DCS, formerly of Kirkcaldy Temple Hall. The Reverend Peter Elston, formerly of Dalgetty Church, and the Reverend Isabel White, formerly chaplain at Queen Margaret Hospital. Be with us, Lord, as we grieve with the loss of those who were our members or who have been our members within the presbyteries of Fife. Bless their family, friends and colleagues who mourn their passing. Comfort their loved ones and support them to celebrate the contributions that our colleagues made to the life of the church and the wider community they lived in. May they know that your special blessing is upon them, your arms around them, and your heart reaching out to them. May all who mourn discover the comfort you have promised and find strength to face tomorrow. We pray for our colleagues who are weighed down by the stresses and strains of daily life, as they long for peace of mind, rest for their souls, but just cannot find it. Give them comfort in the days ahead, so that whatever they face, whatever disappointments they experience, whatever sorrows may befall them, as we still find reason to look forward, to believe in the future, and to have reason, give them hope that better times are ahead. Speak to each one of us in your still small voice of calm, and grant peace and quiet understanding that only you, Lord, can bring so many of their burdens may be lifted and their souls refreshed. God of the night and day, we pray for the safety of the men and women and children who travel this world in search of freedom. May you touch the plight of the refugees, the displaced, and the homeless as a result of war, and may we reach out to them with welcoming love. May we welcome them and support them as they reach safety, freedom, and the opportunities for normal life to be returned to them back in their own homes, even if it's just for a short time. Be with us now as we constitute as a court of your church. Grant us the confidence that there is nothing on heaven, on earth, in life or death, in the present or the future, that will finally separate us from your love. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. As we move into our main business, I just want to make a couple of opening remarks. First of all, welcome to everybody here this morning. I didn't want to do that before worship. And to everybody that's online with us, listening in. And I'm getting a nod that there are people at home listening in. So welcome to all of you. I want to make, this is the first time we've met together, and it will be the first meeting that some presbyters will ever have attended. So welcome to you. If you're confused, don't worry, I'm so confused. If you want to make a point and you're scared, make it. I'll tell you if you got it wrong. But if you're really not sure, in a nice way, if you're really not sure, ask somebody next to you, because I'm sincerely hoping that this is not 6 tables of people that all know each other very well. When you speak, can you give us your name and your congregation's name? It will help us to know you better, to recognise a face, and it'll make you feel more that you have joined us. All contributions will have to be made from the lectern here, because we've only got 2 mics, although we could go walk about if we needed to. No, we can't. So just come up, and if there's somebody speaking, even if you just come up and hover, and then we'll get you in the order that we have, that you've lined up. So first of all, I'd like to come to the minutes of the meetings. First of all, of the 19th of February, and I'll go through them page by page. So the minute of the February 19th, page 1, are there any amendments? Page 2, I have one amendment, and that is to 9. Presbytery agreed the interim moderator appointments for Kirkcaldy St Brice, the Reverend Andrew Donald, is from 19th February 2022, just in case Kirkcaldy St Brice thought they were short-changed by a month. Are there any other comments on page 2? Any amendments on page 3? Don't want to rush. And page 4. Is that minute accepted? Give me a hint every so often I ask you something, that would be useful. And then the minute of 8th March, and that was the service of union for Hope Park and Martyrs. Are there any changes to that minute? Thank you. And I call the business convener to speak to us on the agenda.
Moderator, I move the agenda.
The business committee report.
Thank you. Moderator, Brian Porteous, Temple Hall and Torbein United Parish Church, and business convener. I suppose at this point I should be able to wax lyrical and sing the praises of the importance of standing orders. You'll forgive me if I don't do that. They are a must-have, and if you've been having trouble sleeping, no doubt you've been using them already for one purpose in the terms of looking at the business. So I intend, moderator, to be brief. I've been very grateful in receiving comments from a number of people in advance of this meeting, which make sensible amendments to the standing orders. And I will bring these at the conclusion of my introductory remarks in the hope that Presbytery will agree that we just adopt them as amendments without going through a big process of that. There'll obviously be the opportunity for others to raise points in due course. The only other introductory thing I think I want to say is a thank you to the Presbyteries of Glasgow initially, and to Forth and Clydesdale Presbytery, one of the new larger presbyteries, who share their work with us. So that all that we have had, thank you. The first ones that are up there, 9C, from the Reverend Alec Shuttleworth, just replacing and making consistent the use of words, instead of calling it legacy presbyteries, because these standing orders should go on for a long time. Just using the words geographical areas of presbytery makes this consistent. That's one small change. 11C, the Reverend Alan Kimmett pointed out that we talk about presbytery chaplains, but we don't explain how they are going to be appointed. And those of you who have already met your chaplains will know that they have been appointed by the pastoral support group. So the amendment to 9C just recognises the pastoral support group's responsibility in that respect. 13E from Iona Kimmett deletes the passage, the paragraph referring to the ability to join remotely. I have to say that we've accepted this with reluctance, because we would like to be able to have hybrid meetings, and it's impossible for us to do it economically at the moment. We can stream the meetings, we can do full Zoom meetings, but to have hybrid meetings would cost the Presbytery in excess of £1,000 per meeting. And practically, it's very difficult to do it. I'm hopeful that the Church centrally, with the new larger presbyteries, will find a means of doing that in the future, and it remains an aspiration. But at this moment in time, it's impossible for us to organise effectively a hybrid meeting where the people online would have the same privileges as those sitting in the hall. So it's with some reluctance that we do accept the deletion of 13B. 21, all reports and agendas minutes shall be circulated by email, and I thank David Redmond for suggesting that this should happen 10 days before the Presbytery meetings to give presbyters the chance to study the papers. We've been working to a deadline of 7 days before, but I think it's right to have normally 10 days into the standing orders. It does mean that we have to rejig the Presbytery Business Committee and board meetings slightly, so the schedule will change with the adoption of this, but we do welcome that suggestion. 28, Alex Shuttleworth pointed out that there were two words in the last sentence, present and voting, when we only really needed one. So we've deleted the word at present and the words present and. In terms of, where are we? Yes, 36C. David, I'm sorry, but the view was that the Presbytery clerk should go to the Assembly every year and not as part of the 5-year cycle. And it's likely that that would have happened with commissions not being taken up, but we actually think that should be, and we agree with Alec Kimmett's suggestion that that should be part of it. Moderator, these are the amendments I've received in advance, and I'm happy to accept on behalf of the Business Committee if Presbytery will agree to them.
Thank you, Convener. Are there any questions to the Convener about the standing orders? Yep. You're all going to get exercise to do.
Apologies, moderator. Relatively simple question. Under the discipline section, we're all aware that the General Assembly passed the Code of Practice. Where does the Code of Practice fit into this? Because it's not mentioned. Is there a Code of Practice for the Presbytery? Is the Presbytery intending to adopt the Code of Practice passed by the General Assembly? Any possible answer?
Convener?
Thank you, Graham. Obviously there are a number of remits from the General Assembly which will have to be considered, and when these mean amendments to standing orders, then these will be brought forward in the ways that are provided within the standing order. So we'll pick that up once we have time to consider them. I have a note from Reverend Alan Kimmett in respect of 52B, 52, sorry. And this is to do with permissions for joint worship. And Alan is suggesting, if you look up your copies, that in 52B we delete the words after Sunday. This is about informing the Presbytery clerk within 14 days of the joint service having taken place, on the basis that what would the Presbytery clerk do with that information? I think Alan is originally commented. I'm again happy to accept that change.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Mr. Shuttleworth?
Alex Shuttleworth, Tullyallen, Kincardine, into Salmon and Beargon, and everything west of the Misty Mountains and Fife. It's just on that last point, there will be more experienced church lawyers lurking about here than me, but I think that's a requirement under church law rather than Presbytery standing orders, and just because we don't like it, we take it out. I think somebody can advise me. Nigel's nodding his head at the back. I don't know if he's agreeing with sleeping. Yeah.
So,
I don't think we can actually do that. I'm really sorry.
I wonder whether if Alan Kimmett wants to say anything.
reluctantly, having put his question in writing, he's now going to have to walk up the room.
I'm not sure, Alec, whether you're referring to the without permission or whether you're referring to the requirement to notify the clerk. Yeah. I will take your word for it. That's not a problem. It seems a burden on session clerks and a piece of nonsense, but I'll take your word for it.
That's church law for you.
So moderator, I'm assuming that amendment,
It's
proposed
not
amendment
been-
be withdrawn.
Yeah, it has.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions? Can we move to accept the standing orders at this point? Thank you. Thank you, convener. We'll hear from you again later.
Thank you.
Okay. We're about to move into the first section on the Presbytery plan, Presbytery mission plan. And I thought it's a major bit of business, and I'm going to explain where I think we are, or will be, or could be, in relation to the order of debate and how we handle it. This is the bit, if you're new to Presbytery and you've not been to the General Assembly, it might just go over your head. Once the convener, or if the convener has asked permission to somebody else, the report has been presented, we'll take questions first, then I'll invite comments. Come up to the microphone as before, otherwise the people at the back might not hear. If a comment has already been made, and yours is almost identical, could you think carefully about whether your comment adds anything, or is just more of the same? Although we will ask for questions first, and then comments, questions are always in order, and that goes for the whole meeting. So if you need to ask a question, ask it. If you wish to propose an amendment to the wording of a deliverance, extra wording, or you want to propose a counter motion, it would be really helpful if you could fill out one of the sheets that's on each table. And there are more here. If you've been to General Assembly, you know it's the one that tells us which section you're changing, the wording you want, etc. Because it makes sure that our very efficient tech assistants here will put it up on the screen so that everybody can see it, because you won't have whatever that is in writing. And we thought that would be helpful. I'm not being awkward, but I really think this will help the debate to flow. If we drift a bit, that would be fine, but it will help us to flow through the business. So I'm now going to hand over to the convener. Just before he stands up, I have a potential conflict of interest with one area of the plan. I have a conflict of interest. Are you content that I continue to moderate this section of the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Convener.
Moderator, I'm the convener obviously of the Board of Mission, but a large amount of the work for the Presbytery mission plan has been done by Neil Campbell, and he has led that task group. And so I will be seeking Presbytery's approval for Neil to lead this section and to lead us through it, to bring in the report and answer questions and take things forward from this point with Presbytery's approval.
Neil, the floor is yours. You can take your glass of water with you if you want.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, Neil Campbell, Fife Presbytery Mission Director. Moderator, we read in John's Gospel that Jesus came that we may have life and have it abundantly. The theologian Walter Brueggemann describes the Bible as being a story of abundance. God's great and good provision for the vitality of life. A story of God's faithful generosity. But also a story, a lived experience of people throughout history perceiving, experiencing, and fearing scarcity. However, into this story, our story, Jesus came that we may have life and have it abundantly. And we see the gift of generous abundance throughout Jesus' ministry, through the feeding narratives, the healing miracles, the casting out of demons, and the calming of storms. And ultimately, on the cross and in the tomb, where death itself was transformed into resurrected life. Jesus transformed scarcity at every turn with a gift of abundant grace and love. One of my favourite examples that we find in the Gospels is the wedding at Cana. A familiar story. Jesus and his disciples, along with his mother, are celebrating at a wedding feast, when disaster strikes. They run out of wine. Now, whether this had anything to do with the fact that Jesus' mother and Jesus rocked up with 12 of his mates, I don't know. But it was Mary who noticed the problem, the scarcity of the wine that was remaining. And she persuaded Jesus to help, albeit he was a bit reluctant at first. And this is one of the few bits of the gospel where I, as a son, feel like I can relate with Jesus. As Jesus says to Mary, "Not now, it's not my time." And if you read the gospel, Mary doesn't ask a second time, it just happens. Mary persuades Jesus to help and ropes in the servants to do what he says. So they fill 6 water jars, jars that had been intended for religious purification rites, with water. And this water is transformed into good wine, new wine, the best wine. Scarcity is transformed into abundance. 2 things strike me. First, faced with the challenge of scarcity, Mary asked Jesus for help. And secondly, to transform the situation required the servants to work together, following the instructions of Jesus. They got the jars, they filled them with water, they shared it out to the steward and the guests. We read in 2 Corinthians, God is able to provide you with every blessing in abundance, so that by always having enough of everything, you may share abundantly in every good work. It raises the question, how are our lives, how are our congregations, and how is our church living out that story of abundance today? Over recent weeks and months, I've had the privilege to hear firsthand about the incredible amount of good work being done across our churches. Devoted congregations, small and large, that meet together for worship, for teaching, for fellowship, and who seek to share the good news in the communities and parishes they serve. I've got to know some of our committed, passionate and hard-working elders and Kirk sessions. I've met our amazing team of ministers, mission development staff and readers, all living out their callings, leading our congregations and reaching out with the good news to their communities. I believe that our starting point as a presbytery for developing a mission plan for the future is one of abundance, in faith and in service. but there is scarcity. And we fear a future of scarcity. There are some hard truths. We have 76 congregations and kirk sessions across the Presbytery, over 65 charges. We have approximately 140 church buildings in Fife. Currently, there are about 37 ministers of word and sacrament and 9 MDS in course. The Church expects, as was reported to this year's General Assembly, that over the course of the next 5 years, 45% of our ministers are expected to retire. And looking across Fife Presbytery, it's reasonable to expect a very similar percentage. We continue to experience within our church decline in membership and finance and attendance. And increasingly, we see kirk sessions who are struggling to fill key office bearer roles. Simply put, our current arrangements are unsustainable. And that is why we've been instructed by our General Assembly to undertake this Presbytery mission planning process and to allocate 44.5 ministries and categorise our church buildings by the 31st of December this year. But although we are faced with the challenge of scarcity, I believe that our shared abundance of skills and talents and people, and the generous blessing of abundance that we receive through Jesus Christ, that we will be able and will always have enough to transform our church in the future. I've been very excited by the range of initiatives and projects that are running and being started across our presbytery, new ways of being church. From messy churches to forest church, cafe churches, Lego clubs, community youth work, poverty action, which we'll hear a bit more about later on, the Fife Pilgrim Way, including the recruitment of a pilgrim pastor, the first of its kind in the United Kingdom, and inspiring new pioneering ideas that are being developed and formed on the back of the recent mission mapping sessions. We can see green shoots emerging. As a presbytery, this is the first time we've got together in person. We're only a year or so into our life as a new presbytery. We're just getting started. And we can see the good work that's being undertaken by congregations across Fife. As we start with abundance. And because our abundance is rooted and found in our faith, it should continue to be driven by that same faith and by the mission of our church, to tell and share the good news of the kingdom of God, to teach and disciple believers, to tend to our communities and human needs, to transform systems of structures of injustice, and to treasure all of creation. Those 5 marks of mission. We've shared quite a journey together over the last year. Following that instruction from the General Assembly, we immediately began work to prepare to develop a Presbytery mission plan, recognising the scale of the task before us as a new presbytery. So we started last summer by consulting across Presbytery about the priorities and the concerns that should be considered when making a plan. We produced a roadmap setting out how we would develop this plan and the stages that would be involved, with the aim from the outset of bringing to Presbytery today a draft plan for consideration. Next, we consulted with kirk sessions through a mission questionnaire, asking kirk sessions to share their thoughts and ideas. Then, we held a strategy workshop in the autumn to develop a presbytery vision and strategy, which was further refined by a strategy working group before becoming our mission narrative that underpins our plan and gives it full context. And Presbytery agreed that draft of a mission narrative at a meeting in February. During the winter, representatives from Kirk Sessions met together with churches in cluster groups to discern together possibilities for future focus of mission and ministry across those areas, with the support provided by cluster facilitators. At the start of the year, we consulted on a draft code of practice, a framework that we would use and apply when drafting a plan. And we brought that to Presbytery in February, and it was agreed. And we produced a timetable for the spring. How we would go about drafting a plan, how we would consult on the plan, and then how we would bring it to Presbytery today. Again, agreed by Presbytery in February. At every stage, the task group has tried and aimed to consult with Presbytery and report to Presbytery on our progress. And I'm very pleased that we've been successful in meeting the commitments that we have made in terms of timescale and progress. And feedback that we've received from Faith Nurture is that we've consulted more widely and consistently than many other presbyteries across Scotland. Following the production of that first draft, we received hundreds of responses, plenty of feedback from members, from sessions, from clusters, from individuals, from folks in the community, from councillors, from interest groups, from parties, from just about everyone. On the back of that first draft, we've met with nearly 30 congregations and have spoken individually with dozens of elders and ministers over the course of recent weeks. And with all of this feedback, we reviewed and revised that first draft to produce the revised draft that we present today. It has been quite a journey, and we're not there yet. We have listened. We have listened closely to the concerns expressed by individuals, Kirk Sessions and clusters, and we have worked hard to reflect these concerns in our revised draft plan. We have listened to the passion and energy that is felt for our ministers, for their workloads, for all that they do for our church. And let me please assure you that this is the case, as I know that there is a feeling by some that some in our church care more for buildings than ministers. I do not believe this to be true. Yes, we're very clear that buildings are special and that we should be very careful in deciding to dispose of them. But we know too that congregations and members are seeking spiritual leadership through teaching, pastoral care, and vision from ministers of Word and Sacrament, those serving in MDS roles, and from our leaders. We saw this concern expressed particularly for those who are currently serving in available tenure positions. We heard too the strong feeling from across our community and our church for our historic church buildings, for which we are blessed in Fife for having an abundance. And we heard the openness and willingness to try new things, to explore new ways of being church, and to develop new systems that could enable this. We have listened, and as we proceed into the next stages, we will continue to listen. In our revised draft plan, we have tried as much as we can to openly and honestly reflect these concerns and develop recommendations around them. So what next? What the task group is seeking today is Presbytery's agreement that what we have so far is formally adopted as a draft plan. We are not seeking to approve or finalise this plan today. There is still more work to be done, and there is room for revisions to be made as we go into the next stages. By agreeing what we have so far as a draft plan, it will allow us to submit this formally to Faith Nurture and the General Trustees for scrutiny, seeking concurrence that our plan is acceptable and would meet the requirements of the Presbytery Mission Plan Act. It will also allow for conversations to continue locally with confidence in the direction of travel, particularly around the allocation of the missions. The draft will be revisited before it is finalised and approved. And once approved, a Presbytery Mission Plan is reviewed annually. It is our firm expectation that from this starting position, our Presbytery Mission Plan will continue to evolve. If we agree this draft, we are agreeing our starting position. We know for some clusters and churches the need to progress is urgent. For others, it's less so. We want to be able to accommodate different stages being progressed alongside one another in a time frame that's reflective of local circumstances and contexts. We want the plan, we want to be a supportive presbytery, supporting clusters and churches as they move to develop the plan and their own local visions for the future in their own context. We want the plan to have local ownership. Moderator, faced with scarcity, Mary asked Jesus for help. And we need Jesus' help now. As we look to the future, our prayer should be that Jesus help us transform our scarcity into abundance. I want to thank the task group for their enormous dedication and the work so far. I want to thank Presbytery for your continued support throughout every stage we've been through so far. And I want to thank especially every member and elder and minister and Kirk session who has engaged in this process, whether they've enjoyed it or whether it's been particularly challenging for them. We deeply value all that you have done and are continuing to do. What we present today is a starting position, and I think we are ready to move on to the next step in the process. Moderator, today we ask that Presbytery agrees the revised draft Presbytery Mission Plan.
Thank you, Neil. At this point, I suggest we take the comfort break, which we're due to have at 11. And it does allow members of the strategy group that Neil and Andrew would quite like beside them to move down temporarily to the table at the front. We'll reconvene at 11:15. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:15, if not a little past. So can you all take your seats? Please.
Why is it not working? Hello, Presbytery, the business is resuming. Can you sit down, please? Thank you.
Very glamorous assistant.
Only one. She gets the blaze of her.
With the helpful and she's great.
So, right, slightly.
Process comment, which I noted earlier. The time for presenting comments and questions is 3 minutes. And my glamorous assistant here, Lauren, has a bell. And she's not scared to use it. So we just want to give you time to present your point, but we don't want to get bogged down by long ones that mean we're short of time later on. Okay? First of all, I'm going to ask for anybody got general comments on the plan and what Neil has sent this morning, before we go on to the more specific things, which I think will be the bulk of the comments and questions. Does anybody want to make a comment or a question, or ask a question on the general plan and where we are? No. So we can now move on to questions. Anybody wishing to come forward and ask a question of the strategy team? Has anybody got any?
Thank you, Moderator Francis McCann. I was just looking for some kind of clarification because there appears to be a couple of gaps in the north and west grouping. And that one of and maybe there may be in other areas, but just looking at the north and the west, that in the structural adjustments and actually also in the next steps of review, there only seems to be 4 of the congregations given specific targets out of the 5, and I just was wondering if that was an omission, an error, and if we could have some clarification. Thank you.
Neil, are you going to respond, or is the convener going to respond? Neil. He's finding the bit in his book. There may be the odd moment.
Thank you, Francis, for the question. For the Dunfermline North and West area, and maybe more generally actually, to talk about the plan presentation in terms of how we set out recommendations. There are general recommendations that are set out for cluster areas, or in this case with Dunfermline groupings, where there are actions that are expected to be taken. So for example, broadly, the expectation that churches are going to increasingly be working collaboratively together in mission and ministry, exploring ways of developing that. And a similar thing features here for Dunfermline North and West area. In terms of adjustments that are listed, we've tried to present these where there are formal adjustments, as understood in church law. So where, for example, we're recommending that there's a move to a union, or a linkage, or a team ministry. And these will be tied specifically to those churches and congregations which are involved. So, for example, in the Dunfermline North and West situation, there's a recommendation that there's a union between Abbey and North, and the conjunction of St Andrew's Erskine with Penfell and Kinsey. In that part of the plan, the other church, which is missing here, Dunfermline and Gillespie, doesn't feature because there's not a specific adjustment being proposed. But all the churches are listed, as I see, and I can go back and double check this, in terms of the general recommendations for the grouping there, and in the next steps, where there's, in terms of trying to develop local mission ideas and what mission responsibilities for the churches within that grouping are. I'll go back and double check that again, but looking at it, my understanding is that they're all listed in name there, and the only area where there's a church omitted is where there's a formal adjustment taking place, and it's because there's not a formal taking place that involves that church.
Thank you, Neil. One second. Okay, are there any other questions? David, followed by the person that didn't get up the back. You have to tell me. Thank you, David.
David Redmayne, Dunfermline St Margaret's as interim moderator. Just a general question here really for Neil is, you speak about the plan being still adjustable, the plan of agreed today being still open to change. But the question really is, to what extent is that openness to change? In other words, is it just open to change because Faith Nurture come back and say we don't like that bit and we want to change that? Or is it still open to change in consultation with parishes and groupings and their relationship with each other? Does that make sense?
Thank you, David. That's a great question. Where we wouldn't be expecting significant changes, or any changes, if the draft is agreed, is around the allocation of ministries and the building categorisations from our perspective. We need to submit this to Faith Nurture and General Trustees to scrutinise, and it is possible that they may disagree with the recommendations in the plan as we have it in part, and they may seek or make suggestions whereby structural changes to the plan are required. I would not be expecting that to happen from either Faith Nurture or the General Trustees if we in the Presbytery have agreed this draft. We would be expecting them to provide scrutiny and to provide suggestions that might add to it. Where there is absolutely, I think, still room for, I wouldn't say changes, I would maybe say revisions or refinement to the plan, is particularly around some of the narrative, around some of the next steps, around some of the specifics as things evolve, as circumstances change. And one of the advantages to this process is that the plans are expected to adapt to changes. New ideas are formed, as information becomes available, as circumstances on the ground change. And I think we expect that going forward. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's my fault. Robin.
Thank you, Moderator. Rob McAlpine, Minister of Berwick Church and Kirkcaldy. A general question round about, and I'm not sure if the right word is appeals or review, and when that actually happens within the process. So the congregation wishes to make an appeal or review the plan. Where in the timeline does that happen? Does that happen at the time the congregation makes the appeal, or does it happen after the September meeting when hopefully the finalised plan is reviewed? So that's one aspect. The second aspect is, if there is a review, does it affect the whole plan, or will it only affect that part of the plan, for example, the cluster within which the appeal is taken? Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Okay. Appeal is a formal process as part of the Presbytery Mission Plan, and the appeals process takes place after a final plan has been approved by Presbytery. So that's at least 2 stages away yet. So the formal process of appealing the plan doesn't happen at this stage, but could happen after we have a final, once we've got to the very end of the process. Once we have a plan that we have agreed, Faith Nurture and the General Trustees have signed off on, to come back to Presbytery, and it's been finally approved. At that moment in time, an appeals window opens. In the Presbytery Mission Plan Act, that appeals window is 2 weeks from Presbytery finally approving the plan. Okay, and any appeals go through the appeals process as detailed in the Act, and there's a review committee of Faith Nurture Presbytery Mission Plan Implementation Group that looks at these appeals and makes judgments on them. So we're a fair distance away from actually being able to engage in a formalised appeals process. What I would say and encourage congregations, church sessions and others, where there is a strong dissatisfaction with where the plan is at now, as we continue, is to write to, as some already have, write to the task group, setting these out and expressing them. It's not as an appeal at this stage, I'm not sure how you describe it, but setting out those reasons and that you have issues, so that we can engage with you at this early stage. The full details of the appeal process will be set out. It's there in the Act, and Presbytery would set it out so that congregations are clear of their rights in advance of us bringing a finalised approved plan to a later Presbytery, be that in September or whenever it might be, so that you know your rights, you know the process, and you know what you're able to do. Does that clarify?
First question.
That question, what was it, second question?
Does it affect the plan on trustees' mission?
My understanding, it's detailed in the Act, my understanding is that where there is an appeal, the rest of the plan can progress while the appeal is being considered by the appeals committee. We want to just double check that, and if I'm incorrect I'll correct myself later on, but that's my understanding, but my recollection is it's also in the Act.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? And we'll move on to anybody who has specific amendments they would wish to propose or comments they wish to make. David?
Monica, I've got an amendment to propose. Is this the right time to bring it? It's one that I've discussed with.
You need to go to Mike.
Is that?
Yeah, now it's fine. I've asked for comments, I've asked for specific questions.
Yeah.
Just let's go with the next bit, because there may be more. Alright, hang on. Neil wants to speak.
Audrey, just if we are ready to proceed into considering that, one, there's a little bit of admin work we need to do just to get the correct things on the screen, but also I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that we do understand the deep feeling and anger that is being felt by many members across our Presbytery at the moment by some of the recommendations contained in the plan. Particularly some of the prospect of much-loved communities being broken apart or being changed, much-loved buildings being closed, as has been reported in some of the local press, unhelpfully. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that none of this is easy, and we don't do this ignoring the hurt that is being felt in many parts of the Presbytery and in many congregations and churches, and I know that you will be seeing that day in, day out. I'm not there in your communities, in your churches on a Sunday morning. I'm not experiencing that immediate reaction and anger that I know is there. I'm grateful to all of you who have patiently, kindly worked with your members through this process, especially where deep hurt and real anger has been felt, is being felt, and will be felt as we go through that. So I simply want to acknowledge that before we go any further into today's proceedings.
Right, We've had some excuse me, we've had some pre-submitted amendments, and if Presbytery can bear with us, we'll take them first because we already have them ready to go on the screen. So David, you'll be number 2. So the first one is the addendum from Leavenmouth, proposed by Elizabeth Cranfield, seconded by Jacqueline Thompson. Does Elizabeth want to say?
Is that correct?
There's another one. Right, Gillian's going to come forward.
We're just wanting to
Tweak it.
tiny tweak. Just so you've got the correct text on the screen.
Yep. The screen goes away.
It's just to add an extra bullet point, which Gillian will speak to in a second.
Go for it.
You want to say what you're wanting to add, and then we can get it on the screen.
Moderator Gillian.
Sorry.
Gillian Patterson, Wellesley Parish Church in the Methuen, part of the Leavenmouth cluster. Because of the changes that have been made, this is why this amendment is being suggested, because as an area of the Presbytery that has the highest level of priority area churches, we feel that a reduction in staffing is going to put undue pressure on us. So we're looking to have more posts that we will try and find funding for, and 2 of them are mentioned in Elizabeth and Jacqueline's amendment. I would like to add to that. I accept that there is part of a post that will have a pioneering aspect to it, but I think we need to probably look wider to have more than that, because Leaven is a growing area. It's got the highest population in this cluster, and there's far more population still to come into this area, because the Leaven rail network is coming back. We can see this being a commuter area. And so I would like to propose, sorry, I was going to do this over lunch, so I'm doing it on the hoof, but we would like to add a further pioneering aspect to this area, because this is a huge area of growth, and I think we'll lose something if we don't have more in the locally funded posts.
So can you just give me the exact wording for...
Can I bring it to you?
Yes.
I've got it written down at the back.
So, I'm going to shout a minute.
Sorry.
What we'll do is we will tidy the wording of Leavenmouth up, and we'll come back to it. Maybe that before we actually approve all these amendments, we'll get to lunch. The committee will tidy everything up, and then we'll vote on the particular amendments. Because I think it's really important that we get the wording right while you're all in the room. So there will be an amendment. Committee are happy to accept it. So that's the wording of that amendment will appear after lunch for us to vote on. We won't vote on it at the moment.
Okay.
Anybody want to comment on that before we go any further? You may want to comment when you see it, and that's fine. The next pre-submitted amendment is from Dunfermline South East. David?
This is as amended to the amended.
This is the one, yeah, this
Okay.
is the new one.
Moderator,
So
thank you.
ignore what's on the sheet and...
This is, can I just check the email? That's what we use.
Careful checking that the words are right.
That's the one that was received yesterday. Moderator, thank you. I want to just say that I feel a great deal of gratitude to Neil and the task group for bearing with me as I've worked through bringing something to Presbytery on this one. And also sympathy, because I have stood in this place, well, not this place, but in fact the place of the convener of the planning group of Dunfermline Presbytery 10 years ago when we approved the last plan. I know what it's like. Having just so much to work through and so many churches to visit. So, don't want to make you work harder, but I'm coming here with an amendment And it's quite a simple one, moderator. It's not intended to disrupt or cause problems. Indeed, I'm proposing the amendment on behalf of Confirmed St Margaret's because I believe it's fair in its distribution of ministries than suggested in the revised draft plan, and it allows the grouping of the South East area of Confirmed to engage as a whole and determine the appropriate development of ministries for the future missional needs of the area together. It gives the churches a level playing field in their working together as a group on which to build positive working relationships and deepen fellowship. The amendment does not seek to change the task group's assessment of ministry numbers needed, but it does delegate the deployment of these ministries to the grouping as a whole, giving the churches joint ownership of the overall mission, which we believe will better encourage close working of the group in future. This is a group that's really not had the opportunity to work together and to develop relationships, and it needs time to do that in order to understand one another's needs and such like. There's a recognition that this will involve hard work, but with a transitional minister tasked with encouraging that work and coming together of different gifts and skills across the churches of the grouping, we believe that the grouping, which is relatively new in its inception, in its present form, will flourish. Moderator, I move the amendment. Now, there's just a technical point here. It's seconded by Muriel Willoughby, but she's not here because she's got COVID. So, do we need another second? Jim Adamson has said he would second it in third place.
I'll ask the clerk just to read this out in full.
Yeah.
The following is an addendum to the Dunfermline South and East part of the Presbytery Mission Plan. That 4 full-time equivalent ministries be deployed to the Dunfermline South East grouping, one of which being a transitional minister on a 5-year reviewable tenure based at St Leonard's, with the role of encouraging the working together of the grouping. Once established, the grouping should, together, develop recommendations to determine how best to deploy their ministries to meet the missional needs of the area.
It's Jim Adamson.
Oh, sorry. Jim was just going to accept his new name. He never flinched. Does anybody have any? The committee is minded, I believe, to accept it. We will formally approve it later on. Minded to accept it, but we'll approve it later on. And then there's a question or a comment.
We're not minded to accept. I'm very grateful today for the work that has been done in producing this proposal, but we're not minded to accept it at this stage. So
we'll come back to that there for this afternoon when we go through each one.
Good morning, I'm Fiona Milligan and I'm an elder at Dunfermline East Parish Church. I suppose my question is when you look at the distribution of ministers to make it 4 FTE for the 4 ministries, this is different from what is on the plan just now. And we've talked lengthily about this together as a group, as you would imagine, but I suppose my question really is for Neil and for the task group, which is initially, when the plan was created, there's a 0.5 FTE based at Dunfermline East in terms of mission development, and our question was, whilst that's a hugely exciting opportunity for us in a massively growing area, really what was the rationale behind that? Why was that decided? And that might help inform a bit of discussion.
Thank you, Fiona. It's me. Sorry.
Thank you, Fiona, for that question. I'll start with what we inherited in terms of Dunfermline East. For those that aren't aware, Dunfermline East was a new church development church that started and has grown over its existence until I think about 5 years ago it became a church of full status. was a church which was implanted in the east of Dunfermline, where you see that rapid expansion of the now city of Dunfermline taking place. 5 or 6 years ago, when Dunfermline Presbytery were looking at Dunfermline East, population for that area was about 7,000. Today it stands closer to, I think, 13,500 and is continuing to grow. The makeup and demographic of Dunfermline East of a church is a young church in almost every measure of the term. It is growing, has grown and continues to grow, and that is measurable growth. It is one of the few, very few so far, churches in the Presbytery that are experiencing growth. And those are the main reasons why the task group are minded to invest additional ministry capacity into this church, particularly because of the growth that we're seeing in the community and in the church itself. And this is a young church with a young demographic that could be served. That being said, we also recognise that it's in an area, and the shift from the legacy plan to this new plan across Dunfermline is that, and in this grouping, is that all the churches are now in groupings together. And there is, as far as we can tell, there does seem to be an openness and a willingness between the churches to work together, to collaborate together, and to explore what the future arrangements for missional ministry could be going into the future. And there absolutely is time needed for that to happen. But we think there's a real opportunity here in Dunfermline East to build on the good work that's taking place, for the growth that's being experienced, and for Presbytery to choose. Actually, this is an opportunity in Presbytery Mission Plan whereby if we are saying that we want to invest in growth, this is a real opportunity to do that. And that is why we're particularly invested, if you will, this post and specified it as opposed to be informed by local missionaries, to be informed collaboratively by what others in the grouping could see. You could see opportunities for example, shared youth work, the local high school, etc., which is shared by a number of the churches in the city. So that's some of the thinking. I don't want to say too much, that's some of the thinking that informed our reasoning for this.
Thank you, Neil. Are any more questions or comments on this particular element? No. We've got one more pre-submitted, am I right? One more pre-submitted addendum, and that's from the Cooper area. Is Gavin with us? Gavin is with us. Gavin, would you like to come forward and speak to your proposal? He was there in his interview. Sorry, sir.
Brothers and sisters in Christ, Gavin Black, minister of St John's University United Parish Church. I'm really glad to see that the task group are prepared to accept the addendum and amendment that I'm proposing on behalf of the cluster. Cooper Cluster has staffing levels taking a cut of 50%. 50%. There's only one other cluster that matches us. It's quite a cut. Okay, I'm really grateful to Neil's expression of how there's feelings maybe of frustration and anger. I'm one of the 45% that was spoken of earlier on, okay, that will be retiring. I don't want to retire a tired, worn out, disillusioned minister. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know how 1.5 ministers are going to work in the Cooper cluster. I just don't see how it's possible. But maybe I'm a tired, old, disillusioned minister. But I believe in the grace of God, and I believe in the power of God, and I believe that God is in all of this as much as anything else. but I'm sad. So, I have requested, the cluster has requested, under the ministerial staffing levels in the pro forma put before us in the draft plan, there was a recommendation that an OLM be appointed, and I'm suggesting that we change that in the ministry allocation section to once ministerial staffing level drops below 3 in the Cooper cluster, will be allocated in OLM. So it's actually written into the plan. It's not just a suggested other post. It's actually written into the plan. And I thank very much Neil and the task group for saying that is provided acceptable. The other change is in relation to the next steps and review. Primarily I've asked this to be changed because it says next steps. Neil was commenting earlier on very wisely on the fact that some areas will be moving quickly with things that are going to be happening and other areas are going to take their time, potentially. None of us though. But in the Cooper cluster there could be a slowness because we are blessed, and I appreciate that we are blessed that we have, of the 3 current posts, we have 3 people in post, so we are blessed. So we don't know how quickly things will move. So I want to change to develop and form a team ministry in next steps, quite simply for the cluster to explore together what the shape of a future ministry team might be, because we have to journey with that and see. And part of that is because, in my thinking, if we are going down to 1.5, I think we have to be very specific about what we're seeing, the roles of this being. Are we going to, and I know this is very much up for debate about minister status and tenures and job descriptions. God forbid that we've ever had one of them. But maybe we need to seriously think about the 1.5, about what our expectations as a cluster for that is. So that's why I've asked for that to be changed. Are we approving this just now?
No. We'll do it after lunch.
Okay. That's fine.
We can do it. We can do it now if the.
Well, I think if we approve moderator, I humble. If we approved it just now, it would mean it would be on black and white for everybody.
I'll ask the clerk to read the addendum.
Moderator's proposed addendum for Cooper. The following is an addendum to the Cooper cluster, part of the Presbytery mission plan. Under the ministry allocation section of the draft plan for the Cooper cluster to add, once ministerial staffing levels drop below 3, the Cooper cluster be allocated an OLM, and change bullet 2 of the next steps, which currently reads, to develop and form a team ministry, to be for the cluster to explore together what the shape of a future team ministry might be, and that's proposed by Gavin and seconded by Jen.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on that section or that change? Do you want to comment?
Just to say, very grateful to Gavin, Jeff and Jane, particularly for their engagement with this process, and that the council are very happy to accept today.
Because this is one that is obviously has support that's clearly on the screen and we've all heard it, our Presbytery minded to agree that change. Thank you. That's one done now. Has anybody else got any amendments, addendum, additions, subtractions? Andrew, thank you.
Moderator Andrew Donald, Pathhead Parish Church, Kirkcaldy. I would like to propose an addendum on page 71 concerning Dysart, St Clair and Path Head under the section Next Steps and Review. The section I'm wanting to add an addendum to is bullet point number 3 under Dysart, St Clair, Path Head. It currently says to consider local presence across parish area and future building requirements for ministry and mission. The Presbytery draft plan for Dysart and Path Head is that there should be a union, and our congregation are very happy that suggestion is put forward and adopted. However, we recognise that in the local area previously there was almost a decade-long discussion concerning Viewforth and Dysart and their buildings, and we recognise the problem that did create between local parties. So I would simply ask that the committee consider the addition, or the Presbytery consider the addition of the words "for the committee to consider local presence across parish area and future building requirements for ministry and mission." Both Path Head and Dysart received a category A. In other words, beyond the 5-year period of the plan. However, we recognise that, especially with the vast increase in fuel costs for both congregations going into the future, in terms of resources, I think it would be a good use of resource. However, I think it would be unfortunate to ask the congregations themselves to resolve the issue of buildings. And what has been a harmonious process in terms of both congregations being happy with a union going forward, I could see that all unravelling if the consideration of buildings has to be done by local parties, i.e. Path Head Church and Dysart St Clair. So I would ask that the committee consider the addendum and addition for the committee to consider local presence across parish areas, etc.
Can you just check that's correct, please? Oh, sorry, where does it say that? Oh.
For the committee to consider local presence across parish area and future building requirements for ministry and mission. This is, the intention behind this question is to facilitate a harmonious union and not to have it unravelled with the horny issue of buildings. And we feel that if the committee were to take that decision, it would be a better way of moving forward for both congregations.
Thank you, Andrew. Do you have a seconder?
I don't as yet.
Alan Kimmett.
Alan Kimmett, I think. Yes, that's seconding.
I'll get the clerk to read it out and then I'll come to the...
If it's any help, Alan Kimmett is the interim moderator at Dysart St Clair. So I think that is a general nod in our direction saying that Dysart St Clair would also be happy with this addendum. So thank you for seconding that.
Thank you, Andrew. The following is an addendum to page 71 of the Presbytery Mission Plan under Next Steps and Review section of the draft plan for Dysart St Clair Path Head Cluster to add for the committee changing to consider local presence across parish area and future building requirements for ministry and mission to read for the committee to consider local presence across parish area and future building requirements for ministry and mission. And that's proposed by Andrew and seconded by Alan.
Thank you. Can I just check we're referring to the strategy group to reconsider? Yeah. That's fine. Yeah.
Moderator?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Apologies.
Graham Beebe, Cameron as St Andrews, St Andrews. It strikes me and some other people at this table that this addendum could be applied to many situations across the whole plan. And so while I certainly don't want to raise that, I think it's a great idea. I think the Presbytery does need to recognise this can be applied to lots of our situations. And I think that's just something we should perhaps be aware of. I think also in the wording could we have clarification as to what committee we're actually talking about rather than just the committee.
Yes. Yeah. This is one that we will look at again after lunch, because I think it's one that you might want to have a bit of a chat about, Neil.
Thank you, Andrew. The immediate reaction of the committee would be to resist this for partly the reason that Graham set out, and that our intention as a committee, as a task group, has been to try and ensure, or to try as far as possible, and that's always a struggle, that there is local shaping of the plan going forward. And we want that to come from the local communities, local churches, as far as possible. But Presbytery is always going to be involved, and the task group will be involved, and the Board of Management will be involved when it comes to future decisions. And ultimately, Presbytery will be the body that decides. So I think our intention and the recommendations going forward, yes, the task group would consider these things, because it has to consider this the responsibility of the task group or the future review group for the Presbytery Mission Plan to consider exactly these issues. But we would be resistant that the sole responsibility should be on the task group or Presbytery without any local party. Now, we wonder in immediate reaction, maybe we can tease this out a little bit with Andrew and Alan, whether if they wanted to progress a tweak so that to consider with Presbytery or with the task group local presence. So it's not one or other party, it's together, and that facilitation that was referenced absolutely could be arranged. The immediate reaction would be to try and resist it in this form, but there might be a way in which we could, I don't know, so that mutual responsibility is more apparent. Remembering that ultimately, any recommend that Presbytery is the body in the court that makes the decision.
I recognise Graham Beebe's assertion that this could apply to any congregation, but I'm not asking about any particular congregation other than Fife Parish Church and Dysart St Clair. I think both the interim moderator at Dysart St Clair and myself have a good understanding of why this might be advantageous, and I think perhaps Alan's coming forward to maybe give a wider explanation here. I can see the merit of working with the task group. However, I think there is sufficient reasons, without going into great detail, for this particular situation to be accepted. It could be, we could rejig the wording slightly, and we could have, after to consider local presence across parish area, and perhaps at that stage having the task group consider future building requirements. So it would simply be the building requirements that would be taken out of our hands for the committee to make a resolution.
Thank you, Andrew. Alan?
Alan Kinnett, Glenrothes St Columbus, but in this instance interim moderator for Dysart St Clair. Andrew alluded to some background. 10 years ago, the Viewforth Church and the Dysart Church were united to form Dysart St Clair under the previous Presbytery plan going back to 2012. In that Presbytery plan, the Presbytery said that Presbytery would help to determine the outcome of the two buildings. Said the buildings should be reduced, but Presbytery said they would help to do that within 3 years. Presbytery forgot. 5 years later, it was brought back to Presbytery, and it was, you've forgotten to do this. Presbytery then looked into it. Presbytery then made a proposal. There was an appeal made about that, which at that time went through the much longer appeals process, is now a faster appeals process. And it is only at this Presbytery meeting that we are actually going to be, well, I hope it's at this Presbytery meeting because I gave it to the business committee, was that we're going to be agreeing the disposal of one of those 2 buildings. And that's the background here, added to the fact that there's a massive expansion of the parish into a new build area. And I think there is probably something that needs to be resolved here, but it really will be quite tricky. And it may be that Presbytery or the planning group may decide that some sort of an arbitration process is appropriate. I know that got undone at a national level previously because it didn't work brilliantly, but it purely and simply leaving it to 2 local parties which agree on everything else is not going to work well.
Thank you, Alan. This is certainly one that we would come back to after lunchtime, I think, in order that there can be a little bit of a discussion and see if we can agree a tweaked wording. I'm not saying it will get to where you want it to be, but if we can get that to a point that's okay, I think that would be beneficial. Do you want to make any further comments, either Neil or Anne? No? Thank you. So that one will come back after lunchtime when we've had a little bubble and we'll get the wording up on the screen. Is there another or any other amendments, changes, question? Is there another one further up? Okay.
Fraser, St Mark's, St Andrews. I'm terribly sorry to bring up something which might be considered controversial, but I do feel that perhaps the Presbytery ought to be able to offer an opinion about it, and that is the substantial section that was added of the historic buildings. Now, I'm not objecting to anything that is in that section. I am hoping that you might be willing to add a little more to it. It does appear to me that the wording as it now is does rather seem to weight the scales in favour of historic buildings rather than others. Now, I will say I am a great admirer of historic buildings. I visit them all the time, or I did before the pandemic. But in this context, I think we do have to be careful what we say. The previous discussions that there have been at the General Assembly and elsewhere do constantly bring up the point that the church ought not to be preoccupied with buildings. And therefore, I would like to bring in a proposed addition. I've written it down here, and this would come in on page 18 after the present paragraph 3.6, and it would say, although I am subject to minor alterations if people want them, nevertheless, in principle, historic buildings should not be regarded as having a higher priority than buildings which are less historic but more suitable for the purposes of the church as expressed in the wish of the General Trustees for well-equipped spaces in the right places. I wonder if anyone might second that.
Is there a seconder to that proposed addition?
Yes.
Thank you, David Redmayne. He got his hand up first. Neil?
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you for raising the issue of historic churches. I hope somebody might ask that question. Sorry. Clearly, through the consultation process, and everybody who picks up a paper over the last 3 months might have noticed that there have been some strong feelings expressed across Fife with regard our historic church buildings, which have informed the recommendation that we have contained within the draft plan around historic church buildings, and to form a historic churches working group to explore the issues that are particular to historic church buildings, to explore theologically and reflect theologically on some of the opportunities that are unique to these ancient places, and work with the trustees to better explain the options available to congregations, to Presbytery, and to others for how they may be preserved going forward, be that in the ownership of the Church of Scotland or otherwise. I'm pleased to say that the task group has been able to approach someone who has indicated that they are in principle willing to convene that historic churches working group, and with Brendan's permission, it might be helpful to invite them to say a few words on their intention on how they seek to go about this work of looking at this task. Would Chris be reminded to
Just
hear?
reminded to hear further.
With that, thank you. Then I would like to invite the Reverend Dr. Don McEwen, who has indicated he would be willing to lead this historic churches working group.
Moderator, Donald McEwen, chaplain to the University of St Andrews, which is not a Presbytery post, but I am the interim moderator in Glenrothes St Margaret's as well, and you've heard Neil say about a role that I may have. I was one of the thousands of people that wrote to Presbytery following, or to the task group I should say, following the publication of the first draft of the Presbytery plan. And what I shared with the task group was my experience as a minister and chaplain with nothing but historic churches. I was minister in Largo Ward, linked with St Lawrence parish churches in the then Presbytery of St Andrews, now here in Fife. It was always in Fife, but you know what I mean. And in the University of St Andrews, I'm responsible for leading worship and other activities in two medieval chapels, St Leonard's Chapel, not known by so many but beautiful, near the cathedral, and St Salvator's Chapel, both of which predate the Reformation, and indeed so does St Lawrence Parish Church. And my experience, which I shared with the task group, was that in fact, because these were buildings that I had inherited during my tenure in these places, it seemed to me that the most suitable way to shape the mission of at least the Church of Scotland part of the church in these parts of the world was to shape mission to some extent around the building. Given that thousands of people went into St Lawrence Parish Church every year because the doors are open, given that there wasn't a couple who lived in St Lawrence who didn't choose the Church of Scotland for their wedding because it was so beautiful, given that it was a wonderful venue for music, for drama, and for blurring any boundaries that there are between church and parish. And very much that's the case in university chapels as well. And so these were the sort of points I wanted to make, that it seemed to me that the criteria which the General Trustees have been employing in the spaces and places work seemed to me to be correct but not sufficient. In that it seemed to me that what was guiding the audit of our worship spaces were good things, such as good parking, such as great kitchen facilities, such as accessible and toilets that people aren't scared to go down dark corridors to use,
and being warm in a Scottish winter. However, does a space lift our spirit to God? Does a space lead those who are not brought up in a kirk to sense that there might be more to their lives? Does a space make different kinds of music, from Taizé chants to unaccompanied psalms to choral worship to praise band music? Is a space open to those kind of ways that we can encounter God? And it struck me that these criteria were unhelpfully not there in our decision making thus far in which churches to hold. Historic churches are not the only kind of places where one encounters God, thank God. But in my experience, they are places where I have encountered God and where I've been, which have inspired me in shaping worship, in preaching, and in welcoming new members in Marble Ward, St. Leonard's, and in baptising students in the University Chapel. And so these were the sort of things I put into an email to the task group. I know I'm near my 3 minutes. I'm nearly done. So they approached me to say, look, these are interesting ideas. Would you commit time to it? And so I am willing to commit time to, for a year or so, with others, a smallish group, to seeing if we can, within the Presbytery, enhance the criteria by which we decide which churches are the ones that should be the focus for our mission. Not that only buildings are a focus for mission, but they are a focus for mission, particularly in rural settings. And so, given that, I feel the difficulty with the proposed addendum is that it front loads our work too much. It actually, to some extent, says that, the assumption behind the addendum is that the criteria were sufficient, and in my view, they are not. Thank you.
Very close. Would you like your laptop?
Oh yeah. I need to say anything more about the. Maybe I should also say that this group, if a remit is accepted by the Board of Mission, would consult with congregations, and I'm sure there may be people here who work who worship in historic churches who are thinking, there's something I want to tell Donald. Great. Bear that in mind. We would want to visit, we'd want to experience these churches, we'd want to hear how they're already a focus for mission and what next steps could happen there. We also, of course, will consult with the General Trustees, as the Theological Forum of the Church of Scotland has already done so on this very issue when I was convener 2 years ago. And we would be hoping to bring recommendations to Presbytery within a year. Is that okay?
Yes. Thank you. You? You very nearly got Lauren in her bell.
I think at this point all I would have done is to explain the remits as we have in draft form for this historic church working group which goes to the board. The board Donald's just done that, so I won't repeat what he said there.
Thank you. This is one that we'll come back to after lunch just to get the vote on that. But thank you very much for that explanation. Are there any further suggestions, amendments, addendum? Anything anybody wants? I mean,
I could just make one comment, not so much an addendum.
We'll take anything that contributes to the as long as when we make the decisions they're clear.
It'll take more than 3 minutes.
It won't. Moderator Ronald Calpine, Beneke Church Kirkcaldy. I noticed in the draft plan the one aspect which is missing and which has to go to Faith Nurture for any draft plan to the approval, and that is the date of disposal of the B category listed buildings. I noticed that's not actually within this draft plan, and the one that the convener could comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. One of the recommendations that we have within the draft plan recognising and actually from experience within Fife Presbytery, the process of disposing of buildings is not one which can be done hastily and requires exploration and consideration of the options available to congregations. Currently, as set out in the Presbytery Mission Plan Act, buildings that are categorised B and marked for disposal can be disposed of in three ways. They can be sold, they can be let, or they can be otherwise disposed. It is a requirement of the Mission Plan Act that we are required to set a date for all buildings that are categorised B. The task group are very aware of the experience in some parts of the Presbytery from congregations who wish to dispose of their buildings and wish to sell the buildings and have not been able to do so, and have experienced that it has taken quite a lengthy, onerous and time-consuming process. And that they've not been able to proceed as they had hoped. The task group setting a date of disposal on buildings at this stage is somewhat of an arbitrary task, and the date is somewhat arbitrary, because we could say that we want to dispose of a building by the end of next year. That will not make it happen. We do believe that congregations need to have the right information to be able to make full decisions before they proceed. We're also very conscious that there are a number of groupings and clusters who understand and accept that some of the buildings currently within the cluster are surplus to requirements, and perhaps have ambitions that by selling some of these buildings, the proceeds from the sale could be invested in mission, into additional ministries, for example. I'll save the drawing line to the end of the day.
Just hold on to it, you're not sure.
It's not my first reading. We're also aware of the ambitions of some clusters and congregations who see a surplus of requirement buildings and they want to dispose of them and benefit from the proceeds of sale to invest in mission or ministry. Currently, the legislation of the church does not allow for that to happen. And we note the motion that was passed by the Assembly this year that instructs the Assembly trustees, working with the Legal Questions Committee and the General Trustees, to develop legislation that will allow for the proceeds of sale to be used for mission and ministry. But currently at this moment in time, it is my understanding and the understanding of the task group that that's not able to happen. So we would wish, as part of our recommendation, for Presbytery to nudge the Assembly trustees, encourage the Assembly trustees that this is something that, yes, they should work on. And so for that's another reason why we have, in the first instance, in this draft, and if it's approved, we would expect that at least for the first year, that the data disposal for all buildings categorised B should be the 5-year from approval, as is allowed for in the Act, which we've set currently is December 2027, but would have to be updated depending on the month that the plan is actually approved, to allow these questions to be answered sufficiently. I know, having spoken with the General Trustees this week, they are working on guidance for congregations that they hope to be available by the end of this month, as long as it gets through the lawyers. So there are more questions that we think sufficient answers are required, and so for the first instance, we've set the date of disposal for December 2027, the full 5 years that's allowed by the Act. This, however, does not preclude or prevent any congregation who wishes to dispose of a church at an earlier time from doing so. But we hope sets the tone that we want to be supporting congregations and churches to support their ambitions for buildings and to be able to do so with the fullest amount of information available, which we're not sure is there at this present time.
Thank you, Neil.
Can I just reply to that one?
Certainly.
Thank you, Moderator. I'm just going to make the assumption then that at some point today, those dates will be included in the draft plan. I should say that I am the Vice Convener of the Presbytery's Mission Plan Implementation Group, which is part of Faith Nurture. We have already rejected a plan from another presbytery on the basis that the dates for the B categorisations were not part of the draft plan. So I'm making an assumption if that December date is accepted by Presbytery, then that December date, 2027, will be included as part of the draft plan. Otherwise, it will be rejected by Faith Nurture. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you for that. Early warnings are always useful. Is that part of our decision? If not, we'll add it in.
No, I'm pretty sure that it is specified in the narrative and the recommendation. I can't, the folks are nodding. But this is actually one of the reasons why we're keen as a task group to agree a draft formally, so that we can have these sorts of discussions with the General Trustees and Faith Nurture, and to fully understand their expectations once they've had an opportunity to fully scrutinise the plan in its draft form.
In the narrative, did you say?
Page 19, 4.1.
Page 19, 4.1.
Thank you. That's why we're there. Turn the pages quicker than me. So when we get to the approvals or not, that will be part of the overall.
Yes, it could be. One of the challenges I suppose we've had as a task group is there's not a template for us to use. So again, working out these expectations with the General Trustees. So if they specify that what we have isn't sufficient, then we would need to adjust that. But at the moment, we have a date in the plan.
I think it's just a specific date, and therefore that could easily be, for example.
Yes.
So dependent when we approve the plan, it has to be 5 years from then. But at the moment, it would sit as December 2027. Okay. Are there any more comments or questions before we, Alan? Never got to my break for lunch, but we're on time, and I don't want to be too early because the kitchen might not be nice to me. And they've been really nice to me all week.
Moderator Alan Kimmett, Glen Rothers St Columbus. Trust me, I can smell the stuff coming. We're, as I alluded to earlier, Giles and Sinclair are in the process of disposing of the building. We've reached a point where we've said, nobody told us that. So I'm standing up here so that nobody else is subsequently saying nobody else told us that, because Alan told you. And it's while this is in your mind. What we discovered, which some folk will know, is if you are disposing of a building for insurance purposes, it is very, very helpful if you keep some sort of activity going in that building. It doesn't have to necessarily be a diet of worship, but if you keep some sort of activity going, then your insurance premiums remain the same. If the insurers regard the building as unoccupied, you may see a jump by a factor of 2, 3 or 4 in the insurance of that building. So Alan warned you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any other comments? Debbie? Poor Debbie's right at the back. The pre-lunch walk.
It's just a question really to the committee around team ministry. We have team ministries proposed all over the report. So two questions really. For those of us that are unrestricted tenure, how does that work with elected team ministry? And secondly, where teams are going to perform where there are vacancies, how do we facilitate the conversations?
Neil?
Thank you, Debbie. So, team ministry as a formal idea is fairly new in the Church of Scotland. Although it's not really, because actually in my previous experience I was working in a team ministry and did so for 10 years. And it was a minister and 2 MDS staff working over a Methodist church in the East End of Dundee, population of about 20,000. currently, the basis of team ministry is being developed by Faith Nurture. It was produced, I think it was released onto the website, it was then pulled from the website so that they could do more work. A team ministry can be created in one of two ways, okay? So it can be created with an inducted parish minister, who perhaps in an unrestricted tenure, and might include then further appointments. So they might be MDS appointments, which are employed posts, and that can include a deacon, or LLMs, or etc. Or it could be created consisting of 2 or more team ministry charges, okay, to which each of these would be a parish minister inducted into the charge. Where there's a parish minister already in situ on an unrestricted tenure, our understanding, it's a caveat, is that we would not expect that tenure to be changed. In fact, I don't think we're able to change it, even if we wanted to. I don't think we want to. Other charges inducted into that team ministry, the expectation, as I understand it, is that they would be inducted on a reviewable charge basis as part of the basis of team ministry. It's currently presumed that team ministry would be best reflected in through a standard basis of union, accompanied when appropriate by basis of reviewable charges for subsequent appointments of ministers within the team ministry. However, these things are all being explored and looked at, and we don't have a finalised example basis for which I can work from. So I have to sort of caveat all that with, this is our understanding right now. I don't expect that to change too much, but until it's there, until the basis is there and signed off, we don't get that. Does that help the question? Well, how do you facilitate the conversation with the churches who are this? So, as we have done, I suppose, in going forward, the expectation is that local churches across clusters are continuing to have those conversations, supported by the task group or presbytery as required, to be facilitated to identify the shape of church life across a team ministry, and what the priorities are, what the needs are for ministry, and where there are a number of posts being featured in those team ministries, whether there's a local desire to have one full-time minister of word and sacrament, or 2, what the remit should be, whether it should be a minister and some MBS staff, etc. There's room to look at particular shape, and each shape should be reflective of the local priorities and the desire of the churches across that cluster. In the feedback to the first draft, a number of clusters, or 3 clusters, came to us and said, you've only said team ministry and should include at least 1 minister of word and sacrament. That's not enough ministers of word and sacrament for our cluster. Our intention was always on, at least, because you would expect in the team ministry you'd have at least 1 minister. And that's kind of, one of the next things, trying to look at what the shape of church life in the future should be. And we would look to be supporting that, so that it's reflective of local. Okay.
Thank you, Neil and Debbie. Are there any more? I will give you another opportunity after lunch once you've all had a chat and a relaxed chat. And we'll take some questions, and then we will go through each of the addendum, amendments, etc. that we have had to make a decision, and then make a decision on the plan. So any more at the moment? I'm going to invite Gillian to come up and say a few words to you and say grace. Your steps will all be up today.
They will be. Just to say that we're now going to be serving lunch to you after we've said the grace. Everything will be brought to your table. We just felt for too many people moving around. There's a lot of you in here. So those of you now facing forward that moved your seats, you might want to turn around so that I'm just being awkward and making sure that you're all getting some movement as well. There are 2 flavours of soup coming out. The wheat and potato soup is for anybody that wants it, but particularly for vegetarians. There were a couple of people who said they didn't want butter on sandwiches. They can be collected from the hatch at the back there. But everything will be brought to you. Soup will be brought to your table by a team, a big tray of sandwiches or rolls for each table, and home baking will also be brought to your table. So you now know if you come back to Wellesley that we'll just give you home bacon with tea and coffee. There's a mission project that has started next door. Wellesley has spent 10 years building this. But in our old church hall, we have a project that opened also just about a month ago. It's all been happening in Maple. But the Hope Chest project is something that's very dear to my heart. In the 12 years nearly that I've been here, we kind of run the Hope Chest out of the man's garage because I was continually being donated things to help people in need. And as we know, in this area, there's a huge amount of need. So it has grown and grown and grown, and with this centre opening, it has given us the opportunity to now have the Hope Chest open in a proper hall, in a showroom, if you like. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration.
No, it's right.
It looks, well, in our eyes it's a showroom. We accept referrals from loads of partner agencies, and we've already helped a substantial number of people in our area with furniture, with clothing, with household goods, and there's no cost involved in that. The team, a couple of them are going to be here over the lunch break. If you want to go and have a look at it and see what we've done, you'd be very welcome to go across. Most of our work is referrals, but we also sell to the public to help with our running costs, and the prices are kept at a minimum. So if you need a new outfit, girls and boys, there's plenty of space and plenty of stock over there. But the whole reason actually for mentioning it is just that you can come and see it and what we've done. Now, time for grace, because they're now staring at me saying we're ready to serve soup. So let's pray together. Heavenly Father, for the time we have shared already, for the food that we're about to eat, for those who have prepared it and have given so graciously of their time, and for one another, we thank you. So bless this bunch as they munch their lunch. Amen.
Amen. Find a seat somewhere. It doesn't have to be your seat, but a seat. We've got a delightful task to start the afternoon, and I'm going to ask Bill to make some comments first.
Thank you, Moderator. Bill Winter, I'm Minister at Fife, but also part of the team with Muriel Willoughby that ran the latest Weave and Worship course. And I was involved very much with the Weave and Worship in St Andrews and Muriel in Dunfermline, and it's also other folk here have been involved and partly in Kirkcaldy. And it's lovely to be able to bring the first cohort of Weave and Worship graduates from Fife Presbytery And I think it's great going forward that we have groups of people who are being trained up to help to lead worship across our presbytery. And it's a wonderful thing, and we hope to be able to run another course coming up, and I'm going to just hand over to Lorraine to invite our graduates to appear, and it's great. It's like some in the nursery graduation.
I was going to comment that I normally deal with graduates and postgraduates. It's like signing certificates for SQ. They come 200. There's not that many.
There's not that many, but they're fantastic.
I'm delighted that we're able, at our first in-person Presbytery, to have most of the cohort of leading worship people with us today. Some are Presbytery members, but some are not. They're just members of churches in the community, which is great. Possibly future members of Presbytery, however. So I'm going to call them out one by one to receive their certificate. We'll hold on to the applause till the end, otherwise we'll still be here. Some of them don't want to come out, but sorry. We've gone through all the joy of this course. I saw the paperwork going through. I was trying to learn it as it was going through the photocopier. So first of all, I'd like to, I don't know if Fiona's here, Fiona Burnett from Wellesley. So I'm going to give this to Gillian at the end, and it'll be presented to her at an appropriate point. Margaret Dow from Kelty. Thank you, Margaret. Sandra Elder, Glenrothes of St Columbus. These are in the order that are in the pile, so this is going to be like 1-1. Thank you very much. Now that's on there. Veronica Forrest Kelty. No credit for these people. Well done, thank you. Thank you. Alison Hay Delgatti. Iona Kinnett, Glenrothes of St Columbus. And Margaret Kinnett, Glenrothes of St Columbus. Susan Stewart from Leiden. Lisa White, Methil, Wellesley. No, not here. Wellesley will be having their own presentations shortly. And Katrina Reid Gladson, Glenrothes of St Margaret. Well done all of you to be the first ones to go through. Send them on their way out into their congregations and other congregations with a short prayer. Generous Father, thank you that every good and perfect gift comes from you, the Father of light. Give our weaving worship group joy in their work of leading your people in worship and prayer with wisdom and grace. Help them to follow you and to lead. You're the God of peace, the great shepherd of the sheep. May you equip them with everything good so they may do your will wherever they're needed. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And you'll start tomorrow somewhere. Okay, we're now going back to the plan discussions, and the first thing I want to do is ask if there are any further questions, comments, changes.
Presbytery. It's a general question regarding areas and clusters where, due to ministers being on an unrestricted tenure, it won't be possible to implement the mission plan in the immediate future. And it's really regarding how do these clusters move forward in these situations, how long is it anticipated this could run for, and also a question of funding, that if you actually have full posts in these ministers of order and sanctuary, how is that going to be funded under the mission plan if we're looking at potentially 5 or 6 years before some of these people plan to move on?
Can you just remind us of your name?
I did say
Aileen.
Aileen Christie.
It's just so that the clerk gets them. Neil.
Thank you, Aileen. Unrestricted tenure. Here's a fun topic. Minister, so start with clusters. One of the next stages, once we have a plan that's approved, is to look at how that can be implemented. And I think, broadly speaking, that will be to invite clusters and groups of churches to explore together how they can implement either the adjustments identified in the plan or the next steps, which set out what we're hoping they might achieve in the course of the next year or following years. That will include some consideration around ministries, and both in what the shape of future ministries could be like, may look like, and where there are ministers currently in situ, ministers who are particularly, well, all ministers, but particularly ministers on unrestricted tenures, will be invited to discern for themselves if they are open and willing to accept any adjustments that are proposed within the plan. Ministers have rights, we absolutely respect those rights, and it would be for ministers in unrestricted tenures to discern and determine their willingness or otherwise to accept adjustments. That's not something that we can impose, we're not seeking to impose that. In terms of time frames, and in terms of whether our ministers who are sitting under restricted tenures, I'm fairly relaxed that it should not impede progress or implementation of a Presbytery mission plan, which is a 5-year plan, it's a rolling 5-year plan, and it's reviewed every year. Part of the reason for that is that simple reality that 45% of our ministers are approaching retirement age. So I'm fairly relaxed about it, and I don't personally think we will see it impeding progress across the Presbytery in the long term.
I heard a voice, but Gavin. Sorry. Can you? I heard a voice and voices.
Moderator, thank you so much for allowing me to comment on what I didn't raise as a question and Neil's response. I'm a wee bit concerned with Neil's response actually, and the reason I'm concerned with it, I understand what he's saying, but as a parish minister, and if I was in restricted or unrestricted tenure, and those around me were part of the 49%, I put my hand up again, that's one of me, and they went, what position does that put me in? As the one who's staying? Am I going to be forced? The answer is no. But equally, if I say I am not open to any readjustment, the minister potentially could become the fall guy, the bad guy, not wanting it to happen. I actually get quite uncomfortable. Forgive me. I get quite uncomfortable when we are talking like this with people's livelihoods and careers and calls. I understand what Neil is saying, I would ask Presbytery, as it starts to think about these things, to not just respect ministers' tenure, which is a legal requirement, but also to understand that this is far more complicated than it first appears, and far more sensitive than it first appears. Thank you.
Gavin? Norman? I had a wee moment there about you, mate, and I know him really well.
Norman Grant, Cairnhill Link with Lime Kilns and interim moderator at Kelty. I was listening to that and what went through my head just as we were talking. There was a lot there about ministers and what we might or might not feel pressured or whatever to do. But we should also keep in mind that no congregation is forced to take a ministry and keep that in mind. So there could be situations around the area where there is a vacancy and we're saying to that vacant congregation, would you accept Norman as your minister? And they might look at Norman, yes, I saw your face, Andrew. They might look at Norman and say, not on your life, but if we say no, what's that going to mean for us? So I think we have to be clear that no minister can be forced into doing other than they were inducted to, but neither is a congregation forced to take any minister, and there should be no pressure on a congregation just to keep the peace to take somebody that's not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Graham?
Cameron, St Leonard's, St Andrews, and also from the Region of Lugward. Just to speak in support of my colleague Gavin, my friend as well. The other thing I think we should take into account is that we're not just talking here about ministers or those engaged in ministry, we're also talking about families. And I know that the task group is aware about this, but we're talking about spouses, we're talking about families, we're talking about livelihoods. And speaking as the enabler and the convener of the pastoral support group, I know from conversations that I have had with colleagues that there are huge amounts of concern out there. And I certainly know from a conversation I had 2 weeks ago with one colleague, huge concern at how his spouse is reacting to this whole situation. So I think this is something we need, and I know from my own position with my own wife. So I think we need to be sensitive to this as well. I think you said in your opening remarks, moderator, about church and buildings. This is about lives. It's about congregational lives, people in congregations. It's about families. It's about all of this. And it's, you could see the reaction from Gavin. And it's something that a lot of us are feeling at this time, very close to the surface. And I know that the task group are aware of it, and I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, Graham. Are there any further comments, questions, changes, anything anybody wants to say? Now remember, today we're only looking at this as a draft plan. We're not nailing down. We're getting it to faith, a draft to go to Faith Nurture. Right? So it's a draft plan at the moment, and yes, there will be adjustments and new things will come forward, and 121 will come up with something that we don't know what's going to come back from Faith Nurture, but it might come back with something that says you need to relook at this area. We doubt it, but you don't know. So there will be time for, and I think the other thing to bear in mind, you have to review it every year. So if we got it wrong, we have to fix it. Am I right? Some presbyteries will get it very wrong, some will get it right first time. I think the thing about consultation is important to remember, because I do know of at least 2 presbyteries where they wrote the plan and sent it straight to Faith Nurture and did not consult anybody. So it came back as not approved for Faith Nurture. But they just thought it would be easier if they would just take what they had and it was okay and then put it in. And it's not helpful because this is a very different life that we're in. Do either Neil, before I move to the items that we have for amendments and addition, do either Neil or Andrew want to say anything at this time? We're going to take those items we had this morning that have not yet been agreed. Okay, so the first one will be leaving life. Can you all see it, or do you need it read out? Does anybody need it read out? People at back still see it okay? So you're quite clear about the amendment to leaving life. Are Presbytery minded to approve that amendment? Thank you. The next one is the Cooper cluster. Now this is the one we've already done. This one's already agreed, so it's just there for completeness. We've already, this morning, we agreed to this change. Okay? The next one is the Dunfermline one. David?
Can I speak?
You may.
I feel there's been. I feel we had a little bit of a discussion about this, but I suspect that over lunch it's all disappeared into the ether or into our tummies or something like that. I just want to, I'd like to say a few words to close the debate, but there may be others that want to speak prior to that to actually give a different perspective. So I'll stand back and then I would like to just say a final word on it.
Is there anybody wanting to comment, question, discuss any aspect of this particular?
Just want to clarify that the task group are seeking to resist this just from the outset.
Just on the grounds, moderator, Alex Sutherland, Teleann Picard and Sam Goodwell, grounds something Dave's just said. I was a bit puzzled by this morning. This is not as a mission group person. Where are we in the debate? If David speaks, is he closing or
He's closing on this item.
So we have introduced all these items.
And we're now about to close and make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments, any questions, any clarification? No? David, final word?
Moderator, I speak as somebody that's in a slightly conflicted position here because I'm a member of Dunfermline East Church and the moderator of St Margaret's Church, and therefore I'm seeing this argument from 2 points of view. But my concern, and I want to try to be as neutral as possible because my position makes me that way, is for the harmonious development of this group. And I think the best way for the group to develop harmoniously is for there to be an even distribution of ministries, or a distribution of ministers which is open to discussion, to consideration, and to the group itself deciding how all the ministries should be deployed within the grouping. And that's why I come to this. Rather than it being at the moment, some of the ministries are defined, some aren't. And as speaking from the point of view of St Margaret's, we came to this revised Presbytery plan, suddenly discovering that it would appear to be a reduction where previously in the first plan they accepted already, the concession had already accepted the recommendation for their position. So I basically just bring this as an amendment to facilitate the harmonious working together of the four churches.
Thank you, David. You heard that the strategy group and the board are resisting this amendment. Neil, do you want to say anything further? Because you're resisting it, so.
Has the debate not been closed?
You close it because you're...
That's excellent. Yes. We would like to resist this for the reasons that I set out earlier on in the day. We've been asked for looking at allocating ministries and developing a mission plan to look for future opportunities for mission.
and to look particularly for opportunities for growth and pioneering new ways of being church and indeed. And I think for us as a task group, we see the work taking place at Dunfermline East, the growth that's taking place both in the community and in the church, as a clear example for an opportunity to invest. As we have done in the plan in other places through pioneering ministries, there's an opportunity here to invest in the work that's taking place, on the growth that's taking place so far, and to build on that collaboratively, yes, absolutely collaborative, with the rest of the churches in that cluster. And that's what we are seeking to do in the draft plan. We very much recognise and I'm grateful to David and his careful wording of this addendum that recognises the ambition that the grouping should start working together and develop ideas for the future and recommendations for the future shape of ministries and mission across that area. But we would seek to resist this simply because we feel that in the revised plan as it is now, we are investing in a growth opportunity. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Neil. Presbytery now can vote on whether to accept the amendment or not. So what we would like you to do is put your hand up in the air and do not take it down until my counters have counted it, because it's a long room. And we have a forest of hands. So at the moment we're just doing it by hands in the air.
Or as you should say who the tellers are.
I'm going to. And the tellers are on my left. Brian, who's going to look up after this column. Lauren is going to look after this one, and the clerk is going to look after this one. And then it will come back to a number, I hope, at the end. So could you please, you're voting for the acceptance of this amendment. For and against. The members, Presbytery members only, not if you're...
So those four stand. Does it stand for?
Hand up for first, and then we'll do hand up against. It's full members of Presbytery only, so that's not corresponding members. They just have to quietly listen. Okay, hands in the air for this amendment.
Hands up, please.
Okay, thank you. And those against the amendment, please. It's important, I think, in these we have a number, not just a feel for whether it's going one way or the other. Okay, that was 18 for, 37 against, so amendment falls. Thank you. Have we got another one? Recording. Does anybody else want to add anything to this? We had a good debate this morning, but is there anything anybody wants to add? Take your time to read it.
There has been a small change.
Oh, there's been a small change. Where?
With the Presbytery support.
Oh, right.
You happy with that?
We were happy to accept.
The strategy group are happy to accept that.
We're happy, thank you to Andrew and Alan for working with us over lunch. We're happy to accept this, reflecting the specific circumstances that exist here as we expressed and explained this morning.
Thank you, Neil. So, as the committee are minded to accept it, our Presbytery minded to accept it.
Yes, there's 2 more, sorry.
Historic buildings. Does anybody else want to comment on it? Does anybody want to speak? This was Pen's proposal. Pen, do you want to speak to this again, or are you happy? Happy. Anybody else want to speak to it? Give me to you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Lorraine. Moderator. Yes, I was wrong. I should have addressed it as moderator. Honestly. The council would like to resist this, partly because we think we set out quite clearly in the recommendation the reasons for us establishing a working group in the first instance, and we're working to establish a remit, which I think is quite clear. I think the task group, similar to as Donald expressed, that this we feel might front load that historic working group with position. However, we also think that we know that there's a strong feeling of opinion around this, and so we feel that this would be more appropriately decided by Presbytery.
We'll go to a vote with this one as well. Does anybody want to make any last comments before we move on? No. So once again, it's hands in the air for this addendum. So hands up if you're for the addendum. And against? Hands up for the against? It's very binding in there. So it was 12 for, 52 against, so this one falls. Have we got one more? One more. Date of buildings disposal. Alan, do you want to say anything further?
I think Robin McAlpine feels he has a conflict of interest because he's a member of the national body that will be reviewing these plans. However, he whispered in his ear that based on his experience of serving on that body, the national body won't be happy unless it explicitly says against each grid that has a category B building a date, and just having the date in the narrative has proved to be insufficient for other plans. Therefore, I've notified the task group, and therefore I move this amendment that we explicitly add to be disposed of by December 2027 to every grid that has a B category building.
Thank you, Alan. I think the task group and I certainly feel that we do explicitly state and give reasons why we've set the date as December 27 in the narrative. However, I suppose if you ask a question, you have to be prepared to accept to hear the answer. And we've been given advice here this morning. We've heard some advice, so the task group will accept this.
I'm sure we'll find ways of doing it that it doesn't look as if we're just repeating. But it'll be there. Our Presbytery minded to accept that, given that we got good advice.
That's all of them.
Right. We've now gone through all the pre-submitted and discussed this morning amendments, addendums, additions, changes. I want to reiterate that at this point we are not approving the plan as the final plan. And the way we do that in September, November, December, whenever it is, will be slightly different because it is important we get a clear steer for every area of Fife. At this point, we're only approving, are we content that the plan in the current draft state can go to Faith Nurture and the trustees for feedback and approval. And that approval will be that we can now go on and tidy it up and finalise it, and the discussions and debates that are going to carry on for months will carry on until we get to that point. Am I right, committee? So, we'll try just doing our hands up and our hands down. Okay. So we're going to move to approving the draft plan. Agreeing, because we're not approving it. Agreeing the draft plan in its current form to be sent to Faith Nurture and to trustees.
Agrees the revised draft Presbytery mission plan with the additions that we just...
So it's to agree the revised draft mission plan with the list of things we've just agreed. So, yes, David. So we're taking the boards of mission, we're taking the plan on its own.
Yeah, no, so the understanding is
it's 5 and 6 from the 5 and 6 from the board of mission. So we could do it away from the general business and give it time. Yeah, so it's items 5 and 6 in the board of mission report. So we'll go for first. Could you put your hand up if you are for? Can you give us 2 seconds? To give us 2 seconds to put this up on the screen. So it's agreed revised draft Presbytery mission plan with the changes, and agreed revised draft Presbytery mission plan to be submitted to Faith Nurture and the General Trustees for concurrence. So we need to come back and not concur.
The as agreed is everything that we've just done.
Yes. Okay. So for the agreement of 5 and 6, hands up please. If need be, we will go to a paper vote. And I would like to think we might know. Just have to make it. We were George doing against, is that easier? Is it, that was for okay then.
We can do both.
Yeah, I just think we should do both. Because I just think that's, if somebody challenges, it's not here. For the draft plan. Being agreed.
You said 5 and 6. Are we addressing 5 at this point?
We can do 5 separately.
I think we should do
so agree the revised draft Presbytery mission plan. Yeah. Number 5. I just want to feel the tellers are getting something to do. It's not fair appointing them and then telling them they've got nothing to do. I can't add it up. So that's 78 have agreed. Number 5. Can I have against? Anybody against? Okay. So number 5 is carried. And we do the same again. Agrees the revised draft mission plan is submitted to the Faith Nurture Forum and General Trustees for concurrence.
Trustees.
That's the same. And against? That's all right, thank you. That concludes our discussions for today, on the draft plan. Neil, would you like to just... I want to say a big thank you to Neil and his committee of strategy group, but Neil particularly, for the amount of work he's put in, the length and breadth of Fife that he's travelled. He now knows where we all are, and he's going to come back. I quite believe that after today he will go back round that circle many times. A huge thank you to the amount of work he put in, and to the support of the committee obviously, and Andrew because you have to go to all meetings too. We couldn't have done it without you. If we hadn't had a mission director in post when we became the Presbytery of Fife, we would have been in a very sorry state at this point. So thank you very much. I know you are going to have a break and you are going to move house and then come back and start it all again. But thank you, Neil. Okay, we're now going to have two reports from commissioners who were at the General Assembly this year. The first one, Justin Taylor attended Assembly remotely, which was an option. And Justin is not available today, so he's going to give his report remotely.
Hopefully. His wife has COVID. So.
Well, yeah, his wife has COVID. The room this size we're not appropriate when you've got a small child, it's not.
Thank you, moderator, for allowing me to speak. Unfortunately, I cannot be there today because my wife has COVID and I have to look after our two lovely children. So please, in my absence, accept my report from the General Assembly.
No, we're working on it.
That I took to the General Assembly this year was I'm in the twilight of my 30s and about to go into my 40s. And so this General Assembly was the last time I would be in that special bracket, the under 40s that the church is trying to entice to conduct. And I enjoyed the General Assembly, and I think it's a great event, but I left feeling disheartened that we were tinkering on the edges rather than changing the very structure of the church. And what I mean by that is, but we still believe in the adage, if you build it, they will come. Unfortunately, I'm on that cusp of the generation that's not institutionalized, it struggles with institutions as a whole. And so building something doesn't necessarily mean that you will get the desired result. And so if I could change that phrase for the church, if you want to build something, do it with people, do it with the under 40. And this year really just saddens me in the sense of most of the committees don't have a vast amount of experience of under 40s represented. The Assembly Trustees, as far as I can see, has one, and a lot of the other people on the various committees seem to be absent. The youth delegations are shrinking in the General Assembly and they don't have a voice to vote. And so I don't see how young people feel part of the very institution that we're trying to build. And the difficulty is that we have people who are been in the church for 50, 40 years and are trying to dictate policy for people in their 20s or even younger, and it doesn't work. Like, I'm in my 30s now, I'm the end of my 30s, and I see that there's a change in the way young people understand the world. So it's just, for me, the divide is so big. We live in a world politically where there's a 20 to 30 year gap between what young people experience and what is then becomes policy. So in the 80s, gay rights and homosexuality was a big issue in how we accepted people. And as the 2000s started to roll in, those generations where that was an issue, we're now in power and have the ability to change policy. And so society caught up with that. The church is still dealing with stuff from the 1980s. That's a 40-year gap that we're still dealing with. And we still haven't come to a full conclusion on that one. And the next part for me is, where are the 20 and 30-year-olds who eventually are going to decide policy in the church going to come from? We have a policy gap that I'm really concerned about. So General Assembly, we did some really interesting things, but I do think we're tinkering on the outside. And so I would suggest that if we're going to take General Assembly forward and the church forward, we really don't have the answers, but I would suggest that the minimum is getting these people and their voices heard. So, for example, climate change cannot be a back burner issue. It really matters to our young people because it's the world they're going to inherit. It matters to me because my children are going to inherit that world. But the church, as far as I can see, has not put any policy in place for Presbytery mission planning to have a ecological dimension. What does that look like? You know, sexuality, those issues are still ongoing to young people. There's a new wave, and how do we deal with that? Whether we're conservative or liberal, which is terrible things, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with our response to people and their sexuality? And so I really think that if we're going to build a church that is future ready, we need to start engaging. And that was one of the saddest parts of my experience. My wife is not a Church of Scotland member, and she doesn't go to church. But one of the things she said is in the cost of living crisis, the ceremonies that were held at the General Assembly, well, there was a bit of a disconnect. There was a disconnect between people, and when the people looked at the church and they looked at the ceremony, what does that mean? The last thing I want to end on is to say that when we take the vow of baptism as a congregation, we make a vow as congregations to the families that we will look after these children, that we will support them and nurture them. Young people will invest in something they believe in. And it's easy for us to blame young people for not coming, but rather not asking why is the church not an institution that young people want to invest in. And I think if we ask that question, and we continue to ask that question, we'll be less of the thinking on the side. And we'll find that more and more of our work is geared towards the inclusion of young people. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Justin. I will thank Justin for the have today. The second person that's going to give her view of the Assembly was a new commissioner, first-time commissioner, and it's Lauren. She wasn't happy that she's going to.
She volunteered for it.
Your definition of volunteering is a bit different from mine, Brian. It was an honour to attend the first in-person General Assembly since 2019. Although I had attended the General Assembly before as an observer, this was my first time as a commissioner. And the Assembly this year was held as a hybrid meeting, so Justin was online and I attended in person. Now, the first day was blighted by tech issues, but these were eventually overcome. Interestingly, after the online commissioners who hadn't attended the online training were strongly invited to go to an extra lunchtime training on the first day by the retiring Principal Clerk George White. And of course his replacement, Fiona Smith, has recently moved into our fair kingdom and she will soon become a member of the Presbytery of Fife. In fact, Fife Presbytery was really well represented since, as well as having a full cohort of commissioners, Ian Greenshield from Dunfermline was moderator, Monica Redman, who was the former minister at St Leonard's, and Alan Morton, who's the minister at Kenmare Windigate from Elgin Kenneth, were his chaplains. And Ian was supported by his lovely family, and they brought along a baby. It was really well behaved, it stole the show. As a first-time commissioner, I was invited to go to Holyrood Palace House to see the beginning of the retreat with the Lord High Commissioner. He had COVID for the first couple of days, so he'd not been able to attend. It was a really interesting experience, and the young people that took part should be very proud of themselves. The business varied wildly between being very fast-paced and feeling like it really dragged on a little bit while people debated what seemed to me like tiny and insignificant points. But what was exciting to see, no matter the topic, was the passion and the care that people really have for their church. That was really inspiring to see that. Our very own Gillian Patterson has been elected as a member of the Assembly Trustees. I suppose now that this beautiful building's been built, she's got a lot of time on her hands. I'll keep it brief. I won't bore you with all the ins and outs of every business decision that was made. You can go online and see them. But I will echo Justin's thoughts, as myself, someone in their 30s, that the General Assembly yet again has paid lip service to young people without enacting meaningful change. And I would urge this Presbytery to ensure that that isn't echoed at a Presbytery level. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And Lauren did the thing that we advise nearly all the first-time trustees: if you don't speak at your first assembly, you keep putting it off. And she did speak at the first assembly. Thank you. I'll get the hang of this by 2:30 this afternoon. We're now going to move on to the Business Committee, the remainder of that report. Just one thing I forgot to say at the beginning: the sedate was outside as you came in. If for some reason you forgot to sign it, passed it by, it's here. Just pop your name on it at the end. Convener.
Moderator, Brian Porteous, Temple Hall and Turbine United Parish Church, and the Business Convener. It's been a long day. I hope not to make it too much longer. It's a fairly brief Business Committee report, but I do have two extra items with you, Moderator, to add at the end, procedural items that have come to the Business Committee at its meeting this week. I'll comment briefly on some of the things that are in the report, but let me make one comment before, and that is we had hoped to circulate the whole list of those elders with commissions to this presbytery as we draw that together in June. We, at the last count, are still waiting on 10 churches to respond. So we haven't been able to bring that list to you at this point. We'll not name and shame today, but the Presbytery Office needs to know that these commissioners and as
I will be on the case.
Or there will be named and shamed, and the moderator and winning another hat will be on that case. But we will circulate that list of commissioned elders to the Presbytery as soon as it is complete. Now to the report. The first item is a substantive item, and that is the issue of the deputy Presbytery clerk. This was an issue we discussed within the transition group, and we didn't come to a conclusion on that matter at this time. But I think in review of the business of Presbytery, and we are a big Presbytery, we believe that the Presbytery clerk does need a deputy and someone to support him. We can't pay for that post, but you'll see the proposal is that we have a deputy Presbytery clerk, and that we refer that to the nominating committee and John Belford and his colleagues to bring a proposal to the next meeting of Presbytery. In terms of boards and committees, again, you've had circulated to you the work mainly of the nominating committee in updating the list of boards and members. I just want to make two corrections to the list that is before you. The first is to apologise to the Reverend Michael Allardyce that he has been missed off the Board of Mission. You might have thought that in mercy, Mike, but yeah, we've caught up with you at last. You are back on the list. And also to the Reverend Peter Nielsen, who was on the group setting up the pastoral care support group, but is no longer on that. So with these two amendments, I bring that list to you. The vacancy procedure matters are before you. Business process review, you'll note that the office has moved, or is moving. It says by the 1st of July, but the actual big move took place on Friday, so the Presbytery office is here. And if you haven't seen the Presbytery office, please take the chance to do that before you go home today. And I just want to thank again all the people here in Wellesley Church for making this the best place to be, both for this meeting today, in terms of the quality and the warmth of the welcome, and indeed the quality and extent of the catering. I'm certain that the Presbytery staff are going to fare well here, Jillian, in terms of their physical well-being. But We are very pleased that that has happened. We're also pleased that we've sorted out the arithmetic of the support we will have from the Presbytery staff, and so that part of the process is now sorted out. The items I want to bring to Presbytery's attention, I'm hoping Robin will bring them onto the screen. There are two more deliverances. Reference has been made already in the meeting to Guys and Sinclair, and Alan Kimmett is the interim moderator there at this time and has brought to the Business Committee this week signed minutes of for two items. First, to move Guys and Sinclair to the Unitary Constitution, and that is now a new item 9, asking the Presbytery to concur with the decision that Guys and Sinclair congregation should move to the Unitary Constitution and agrees to make arrangements for the issuing of that new constitution. And secondly, for the disposal of the Viewforth building, which again has been approved on the 13th of March by the congregation, and Presbytery is invited also to concur to that, so the matter can be referred to the General Trustees. So there are two additional deliverances within the report. With that, I move the report, Robert. Thank you.
Am I allowed to make a comment, sir? Can I put a plea in for communication? One of the issues that we're kind of grappling with in the office is people not telling us when somebody has demitted or left a post, not demitted, we kind of know them, left a post, when somebody is ill. We cannot give the pastoral support that we need to when somebody is ill, particularly if your minister is unwell. Between Graham and I don't think we've got a complete list, but we know there are more, and we can't make sure the pastoral support team. And also, if there's been a change of address, if there's been any change at all, if we don't know it, we can't do anything with it. So just I'd rather 2 or 3 of you sent it than nobody. So that's just a plea, because the office will not function appropriately. Does anybody else have any comments to make or questions for the convener? We move to the evidence. Does Presbytery receive the report? Agree to the creation of the position of a Deputy Presbytery Clerk, and that will now be remitted to the Nomination Committee. Agrees the appointments to boards and committees as listed in the appendix. And we would like to record our thanks to the Nominating Committee for their work, filling vacancies. Promulgate the decisions of the Business Committee as listed, and these are inter-moderator appointments for Abertower, Dunfermline North, Tayport and Strother, Townhill and Kingshead. We would like to thank and discharge those inter-moderators that are stepping down, and that is Ian Greenshields from Dunfermline North, for very obvious reasons. He's got 1 or 2 other things to do. Amos from Tayport, I think that reduces Amos' number of inter-moderatorships significantly. Peter Nielsen from Anstruther and Tail, Alex Shuttleworth from Townhill and Kingston. Does Presbytery note that the Presbytery Business Hub is being established or is now established here, and we do thank the Minister and the Kirk Session for their support. Agree that the Business Committee is given power to act on behalf of Presbytery over routine business until its next full meeting, and this is a particular voting because it will be holiday time. And for the 2 new ones, number 9, Guys and Sinclair moving to a unitary constitution, and the disposal of the Viewforth building, and the deliverance as a whole. Thank you, and thank you. I now call on make sure we get the right one. The convener of the Board of Management, just giving her time to walk from the back of the room to the front. I think Julian, you'll have reduced the age span on the Assembly Trustees significantly, I have to say, when you join it. She's had her first meeting and she said she couldn't see the table for paper and she didn't understand it.
The words rabbit, coat, and Gillian Patterson, Minister here at Webster Church and convener of the Board of Management. Moderator, when the board was established last year, we very quickly as a team set down some guiding principles on which our work was based. And one of the reasons that I accepted the convenership not just because Alex Shuttleworth was so nice on the phone. Very persuasive. If Alex Shuttleworth ever phones you, the answer's no.
We'll get married eventually.
One of the reasons I accepted it was because I wanted to help and support congregational office bearers and my colleagues as ministers. And in our first year, we researched and provided a pack for people that were looking at grant funding and gave help and support where we could for people applying for grants. It's been used by quite a large number of congregations already, and I'm pleased to see that a great number of grants have been awarded as a result. We now have a stewardship pack, which is going to be available at the end of this month, probably the end of next week. And that's again to give you ideas, help and support, and it's practical advice and guidance. Our theme of Help Us to Help You is highlighted in the regular newsletters that we put out, and the next edition will also be issued by the end of this month as well, just before the summer break. And that gives you more information and ideas to assist congregations. In the months since Presbytery last met, we've dealt with numerous inquiries, provided assistance with financial and property matters, and rearranged the inspection of records. Now, the majority of us who were involved in this were new to this process, and we relied heavily on those who had done it before to guide us. We learned a lot from the experience and have now set up as a result a review group to consider how best to carry this out in the future, because we want to concentrate on what we really need to inspect and therefore ease the load on congregational office bearers. We're planning to have a discussion day to plan for next year's work. We'll do this in the late summer, and we have a lot on our agenda for next year. It would though be very helpful to us if congregations who have not yet submitted their property registers, their accounts, or any other records that we've asked for to do so by the end of this month, so that our team of volunteers, everybody who does this work is a volunteer, and it's kind of going on and on and on. We're never quite getting it complete. So if I can make a plea that before the end of June, if you've still got something to submit, if you could get it to us as soon as possible. We're blessed to have a really dedicated team of people in our subgroups and on the board who have given freely of their time to enable the work that we do. And I'd like to thank everybody who gave their time for the inspection of records, as well as everyone who's working particularly on the property registers and the accounts. Their time is invaluable and much appreciated. I want to thank my two vice conveners, Sarah and Liz, for the incredible amount of work that they do. I also thank David Gillen, our new buildings officer, who's settling well into his role. He's already 3 months in, it seems to have gone in the blink of an eye. And even in that short time, he's visited a lot of congregation, compiled many reports, and he's offered advice that has been enormously helpful. Moderator, I present the report as in print and move the deliverances for the Board of Management.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. Does anybody have any questions for the Convener or comments to make? If you're not sure if your congregation has submitted all their documents, I'm quite sure if you want to check, we can check. Those of us who were in each area will know the ones that were missing. If there's no comments, can I ask Presbytery if they'll receive the report? Note the thanks of the member of the Inspection Records team for their work on May the 17th and after. Instruct congregations who have not already submitted all their documentation to the appropriate people to do so by the end of June. And then that might be a name and shame. And note that the Presbytery Register of Ministries has been completed and going to 121 George Street by the end of June. The report is up. Thank you very much for it. I now call on the Convener of the Board of Mission to deal with the rest of the report, excluding the mission plan.
Thank you, Moderator. The you all have the reports from the Board of Missions, so I'm not intending on going through it. You'll be glad to know. But just highlighting a couple of things. First of all, a thank you to all who have been part of the board or served in the task groups over this past year. And it's been very much a year of, and the same as the Board of Management, of starting things up. And we are very grateful to you. And you'll see from the reports that there are a few things going on with the Board of Mission, along with the Presbytery Mission Plan. We were very keen that the Presbytery Mission Plan didn't take over everything, but that we were able to achieve work otherwise within the Board of Mission, and we believe we're being able to do that, although there's also potential for more. In regard to, there are several things on the deliverance. There's only a few deliverances, and we've already welcomed folks and congratulated folks who were part of the Weekend Worship course, and it's been great to see that and to see them earlier that day. And there's a comment there also about Gabriel Pearson, formerly part of our mission partner. But also what part of the exciting work of the Board of Mission has been the work through the Poverty Task Force, which has emerged through recent months, and we're hoping that Jane Barron's going to share something about that today. But Gillian, if you are happy for her to come and share with you, then Gillian shares a little bit about the task force.
Presbytery content? Gillian.
It's a privilege to stand in for Jane because she's done such incredible work with this poverty task group, and it's been a joy to be a part of it. It started quite informally with us talking about issues surrounding poverty, and particularly for the area here that we're in. We've had a couple of online meetings, and it's been really encouraging, and the amount of partners who've come on to discuss with us, in particular people like Sheena from Fife Council, and other people too from the Priority Areas team, from Faith and Community Dundee, and lots of others. There's some great discussions and a lot of learning, and people learning, if you like, from the priority area congregations, but also us learning from other people and what they do. Jane's really keen that we move forward with this and establish a poverty task group so that we have this reporting regularly to Presbytery. You'll see in her report that the first thing that we want to do is to have a special Poverty Action Day, which will be on the 10th of September here in the centre. Gordon Brown is going to come and speak to us that day, and we want to encourage as many different partners and people to come and tell their stories too, and actually the storytelling from places like Maple Hill and Denby. And this Leaving Mouth Cluster will be something I think that will add to that day. So we're looking to establish this and to have it as part of Presbytery so that we regularly have a place to report to.
Thank you, Gillian. For the convener. I'm having a bad day. Andrew. Any questions for Andrew as convener? Any comments? No? Well, we move to the deliverance now. We've done part of it, but we'll do it again. So, receipts report. ANACAP congratulates and accepts and recognises our weaving worship people being suitable persons to conduct worship, and apparently a large number of them are tomorrow. Accepts Reverend Muriel Pearson as a Presbytery mission partner. We commend the early work of the Poverty Task Force, and we've already done numbers 5 and 6. Thank you, Andrew. The deliverance as a whole. I now call on Reverend Graham Beebe to present the report of the Pastoral Support Group.
Cameron and convener of the Pastoral Support Group. There are no deliverances with this report. Moderator. Presbytery has received, or should have received in its papers, the report from Margaret Kimmett, our pastoral coordinator. I'm sure you have all read through it. It's based on her experiences and conversations, informal conversations, through this past year from June to December 2021 with those in ministry across the Presbytery, 30 ministers in total of those, or those in ministry in total across the Presbytery, and the results of those conversations, which when you read the report you will see are mixed. There are positives, and there are, I won't go as far as saying negatives, but there are some things that might cause concern and a little bit of worry when we read them, in terms of those ministers perhaps not taking their time off as they should, not engaging in study leave as they should. I'm smiling because I'm one of them. So there are worrying aspects in it, but I do commend that report to you, to read through that report. I also want to report to Presbytery that the Pastoral Support Group has finished work on a form that will be going out to all ministers and to all session clerks, which aims to streamline in one page the process for absence or sickness leave for ministers. So when a minister is off, is signed off sick, it simply details in a one-stop shop paper what the process is, what are the responsibilities of the congregation or the minister, what are the responsibilities of the congregation, and what are the responsibilities of the presbytery. We've done this so that you don't have to plough through handbooks and all of that. It's all in one handy, bite-sized form. It had been the intention to do it as a flowchart, but it just doesn't work that way. So it is in that. That will be going out in the very near future to you. And as you have heard from the moderator earlier, with something like a third of ministers signed off at the moment, you'll see why this is something that is fairly urgent. I want to report on the retreat that was held on the 9th of June at Glenrothes. Was a successful event by all accounts, and certainly from those who have spoken to me was much appreciated. The next retreat is planned for the beginning of Advent, and it will be a year at that point since our first one. But we're also looking at organising other events in the meantime, and looking at extending into other events to offer opportunities for people simply to meet and to talk. Recognising that that in itself can be a great help, just in sharing with one another and in understanding that none of us are alone in the concerns that we have, the worries that we may have, the guilt that we may feel, any of those things. So those things that is in the pipeline. And finally, moderator, I would like to thank the members of the Pastoral Support Group. We have been together as a group since the transition process began and since we were formed. We move into the next year, we begin this new section still together. I think that in part is testament to the enormous amount of fun that we have when we do meet, more fun than we actually ever should have at any presbytery orientated meeting, I have to feel. But we do have a lot of fun. I also want to pay and thank the chaplains for the work, the considerable work that they have already done, and the difference they are already making. And I know that from conversations that I have had with colleagues. And so I want to thank those chaplains for agreeing to take on the role. And I want to pay particular tribute, although she will not want it done, particular tribute to Margaret Kimmett, to our pastoral coordinator. Margaret is, I would say, and I believe the Pastoral Support Group would say, is the gold standard as far as we are concerned in pastoral support for our presbytery. And I cannot pay enough tribute to her for the work she does according to her contract, but more than anything, the work she does beyond that. And so, Margaret, many, many thanks for to reiterate finally, moderator, your plea for people to tell us what is going on. Pastoral care, we can only function, it can only work if people keep us in the loop and tell us when we need that support, when we need that extra bit of support, that extra bit, somebody to walk with them, to be with them. I myself, I'm at the end of a phone line. I'd rather that than an email. I don't mind if you email me to say you want to speak to me and then I'll phone you, but I would prefer to talk to you than do it all by email. If you just keep us in the loop, if if you're a minister and you're signed off, let us know. If you're not feeling very well, let us know. If you're in ministry and you're not doing well, then please let us know and let us help. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm just about to ask for comments. Okay.
Moderator Donald McEwen, still the things I was before. I found this a really intriguing and very helpful report for us in Presbytery. Brief but very rich, and it's really interesting to hear the comments about those who are fulfilling pastoral care responsibilities for our colleagues in ministry. One thing I'd like to ask, given that we've heard today that about a third of those in ministry in that kind of ordained ministry in the Presbytery are off sick. Some of that will be short term. I know one or two have COVID. Some will be longer term. So my question is, what provision is there for the return of someone to ministry within the Presbytery after a long-term illness? Is there a provision for phased return? And is there a specific level of support that's given to people in that the last weeks before returning to work, and then those first perhaps weeks or months back into work when the pressures can come back?
Thank you for this question. I can tell you that at the moment we have one minister who is in phased return, and that is in agreement with Faith Nurture, and so that's been overseen. Initially it was for, I can't remember if it was a set number of hours in a week or a set number of events, but it was a phased period. Ironically, that person is now had to be signed off again through another illness. So that's there. The support, we allow, if you like, that person to drive that. So if the offer is there, and I certainly, with this person who was entering phased return, I contacted them, said to let us know what support they felt they required. We try as much as we are able to allow the person to drive that, rather than placing something on saying this is what we're going to do or this is what we're going to do. With Nurture we do that, I don't know, but from our point of view, we contact, we say what is there, and then we do that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the convener of the pastoral care group? Mr. Shuttleworth, sir.
More of a comment, if that's okay. I have a kind of strange perspective on the proceedings this afternoon because I'm sitting up here. I didn't expect to be sitting up here, but I was coming to Doon because as part of the mission task group, I hope to hide at the back and not let people know that I had been on that group. But nonetheless, it's given me a time to reflect, especially with regard to some of the things that were said earlier on in that debate. I think it would be worth pausing in this particular report, the Commission moderator, and particularly as I look at it from this particular standpoint, just to reflect on the fact that this Presbytery came into existence on the 1st of January 2021, which is 18 months plus ago. And I think we should just take a moment to reflect on what we have achieved within that time, in the grips of setting up a Presbytery for which there was no template because we started before the reports to the General Assembly and the Radical Action Plan. We were already in the field. In the grips, suddenly, of the chaos of mission plan, Presbytery mission plan, and of course in the grips, which is why this is the first time that we've actually been able to sit, and how refreshing it is to be able to sit in this bright and airy place around tables with plates loaded with cakes, which I'm sure they'll tell us to take home with us. but to sit around tables, I think one of the things that we need to get into the habit of doing, and I'm sure that Graham will keep reminding us, is to be a little kinder to ourselves about actually what has been achieved, and to be a little rougher with people who say, Presbytery, whoa. It's been remarkable, and I think the particular circumstances have made this even more remarkable than we're looking forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alec.
Obviously, I'll not try to Presbytery in order, just to say I have all through COVID, I was recording what I call the wee word that I would post up on our congregation's website. I posted one this morning. I've continued it. I don't do it every morning, but I try to do it most mornings. I recorded one this morning about today's meeting. Some of it was a little tongue-in-cheek, because you can't be Presbyterian and not be tongue-in-cheek about Presbytery. But what I was saying was that I'd had a tune, a song going round and round my head the last couple of days, and that was accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. And I think I would agree with Alec. We need to accentuate the positive. I'm trying to do that far more in my own life and my own ministry. I'm conscious that I become quite negative in some ways. So accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. I can't remember the next two bits, but then it is don't mess around with Mr. In Between. So make your mind up. But yes, I quite agree on. And I think just having something like today shows the difference that being together makes, which is, I think, something that we should definitely hold on to. That just being together, being in a room with other people, sharing our concerns, sharing our hopes and our dreams, more than anything, makes such a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I would certainly echo the comments about how far we've come. I spoke to a number of colleagues on the presbyteries who are very early in the stage. We don't even have a proper presbytery structure for their joint presbytery, and they're doing no leeway on your mission plan being submitted. So they are sitting, they don't know their structure, they've not really finalised who's in the presbytery, but they have to submit a presbytery plan on the same day as us. So it may be difficult at times, it may be an agonising process at times, but at least we're together to do it. We're not doing it in a vacuum of potential groups of people coming together. Are there any further comments before I close the meeting? One at the back. Sue, do you want me to come up with my... All right, you say.
Sue Hamilton, several of you know this because I think I'm on about it rather a lot, but we've heard lots today and all the reports, and I've got now the next report. What I'm talking about is the absence of a website where you can go to find these things out, to read these reports, and the website just never comes. I'm told we're working on it, it was too expensive, we've not.
I'm going to get the business convener to speak to that particular item.
That was one where I was looking around, moderator, to see who else was going to stand up. I'm the last person you would want to be associated with sorting out the website. We are aware of that being a major problem. And the business committee has one of its new members, who's sitting on my left, Reverend Alec Shuttleworth, has agreed to take on the task of chairing that. I have it in writing. He now says no to me when I phone him. But you're absolutely right. It's been a big concern for us. But in pure things that we've had to do, as Alec rightly described, It wasn't that it wasn't a priority, it just was there were so many other things coming at us. It is critical that we have that. It's critical that we have it for simple communication things like making sure committee minutes, board minutes are readily accessible, and so on. It is now a priority, and we hope we will progress quickly into a new session.
I do really wanted help with furniture and where it was moved from, but I didn't realise it was moving here. So absolutely.
Barbara.
Barbara Leopard, St Leonard. What I wanted to ask of the business committee, in the past we've had corresponding members from the Guild, and I wondered how the plans were going for that, whether we're considering having a voice from the Guild in Presbytery.
Yes, Moderator, the answer is we agreed that from the outset. I'm looking at Clark, who's hanging behind you. My understanding was that we were waiting on the guilds together to tell us who they want to come. And then there will be guild corresponding members on the Presbytery. So it's always been part of the thinking. So whether, I'm presuming there were 3 collectives, and I think
you look in the
response.
standing orders. If you look in the standing orders under corresponding members, it lists the number.
It does. So that has always been part of the plan. I think it might have been changed by Ian White retiring. So I think that's the only thing that's been holding up. So absolutely, thank you for raising it.
So if you want to nudge it, Barbara, nudge it. Any more questions before I release you off into the still sunny day? Before the adjournment, I just want to say some thank yous because we have met here for the first time together. And we didn't even know how we were going to manage it, how we were going to arrange it. It's been so a huge thank you, obviously, to Wellesley here. A personal thank you for making us so welcome as we muddled our way through with loads of furniture and confused the front door several times. And also for today, for having this open door, welcome. It's been lovely. And it's been great to see so many people in the room. I also want to thank Lauren and Iona, who have kept on top of every time we changed something, every time we moved something, one or other managed to do it. And this is one of the challenges when we choose our next venue, is what is going to be possible accommodation-wise in numbers and technology-wise. And we're very conscious that we may not be able to have as wide a choice around Presbytery as the steering group had wanted. There are, I think, 2 other venues that may be possible, but that's it. There are loads of others that are possible, but the clerk was passing out when the 4-figure sums appeared. And we just didn't mention it to Sarah, the treasurer, because she would have passed out as well. It's not appropriate that we spend large sums of money to meet. So we may have to be flexible about how far around Fife we travel. I also want to thank Josh and Andrea, who were part of the service this morning. It is my intention that students will be part of worship at every Presbytery meeting, so that you get to know who we are. So Josh has now disappeared, told us his daughter is a graduate candidate and will be moving to Ardenia shortly. And Andrea is in her probation period and will shoot out of that in the autumn. And another year? Ish. So she'll be with us for a while longer. She's at Dalgety. I've got listening. So all the other students will bit by bit, as well as encouraging them to be here in the first place, I'm going to ask them to take part somewhere in worship. So you'll get to know them better. I want to as well thank those presbyters here today who are standing down as presbytery elders. Some of them have been elders for presbytery elders for a very long time and kindly stayed on to give us continuity into the new presbytery. I know some congregations are struggling to get a presbytery elder. Don't really want to have to quote the fact that it's the only thing in the church law that says a Sir Kirk session has to do, and that is appoint an elder for presbytery. It would be good if we could get volunteers. But those that have been with us for a while, thank you very much. Your help's always been appreciated, and you're welcome anytime, because presbytery meetings are open. And finally, thanks and best wishes to Justin Taylor. He's leaving us with the family to go to Guernsey. So we gained one and we've lost one. Presbytery is now adjourned until we meet for the ordination of Josh Milton at a date and place that we will share with you shortly, but it will be before the next meeting. And thereafter we will meet for ordinary business on Saturday 17th of September at a venue we've yet to determine. Answers on the postcard, please. Would you like to all stand for the blessing? Heavenly Father, as we come to the end of our time together, we thank you for what has been accomplished here today. As we head back into the busyness of life and back to our own congregations, guide us, guide us, enthuse us and inspire us to be your disciples in our communities and in our daily lives. Amen.